Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. I would like to welcome you on behalf of Dubai government. It's an exciting morning today. There's a lot of things going to be happening, and it's fabulous things, especially with the future. Now, Dubai Electronic Security Center is our partner on the World Bank Group, and I'm honored to welcome all of you here today. Now, the Government Cloud Forum for 2025. Assalamu alaikum, marhaba bikum. Dubai has a long position in itself in a digital city, a unique city, and the future with the launch of the Global Government Cloud for 2025. Now, this solidifies the role of global leaders in the forum. This event is a powerful event, is a unique event, the statement that what can be achieved when the vision and collaboration and cutting-edge technology is covered. To the forward-thinking mega projects like Dubai Cloud Security Policy, Dubai Cloud Certification, the program is numerous initiatives. Now, the city is redefining how it is and what it's going to be. The governed leverage is cloud technology, enhance efficiency, bolster, and revitalizing everything that it's meant to be in the public service delivery. As a leader from across the global and the collective insight and experience invisible as what we can explore as opportunities. Challenge and critical next step, leverage cloud solution, enhance the government operations on a global level. The forum will provide a unique platform for delegates from all over the world to speak, and knowledge sharing and creation of partnerships will pave the way for a more agile future and secure its citizens, critic, and the government worldwide. Without further ado, I would, of course, like to welcome, and let's commence on the excellence of its first keynote session. Join me in welcoming on stage His Excellency Yusuf Hamid Al-Shaybani, Chief Executive of Dubai Electronic Security Center. Please give me a warm round of applause.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and delegates, good morning and welcome to the Global Government Cloud Forum. It's an honor to have you all here today at this landmark event hosted by the Dubai Electronic Security Center in collaboration with the World Bank Group. We are privileged together under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, whose vision inspires us to continuously advance Dubai leadership in technology, innovation, and cybersecurity. As we embark on this journey, we align our efforts with Dubai Electronic Agenda D33, which envisions Dubai as a global leader in technology and innovation. Hosting the Global Government Cloud Forum reinforces our mission to position Dubai as a hub of excellence in cloud computing and cybersecurity. Through initiatives like this, we are not just safeguarding the future of smart governance, we are creating it. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our partners, speakers, and all participants for joining us on this important occasion. Together, we are not only shaping the future of cloud computing, but also contributing to a brighter, more secure, more innovative tomorrow. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful and inspiring forum. Thank you very much.
And now, of course, I would like to continue on and with presentation. Okay, now, of course, now we would like to call up, of course,
In the heart of Dubai, where ambition meets innovation, lies the guardian of the city's digital future. Dubai Electronic Security Center. Established under the visionary leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the center is a testament to Dubai's commitment to becoming the safest, the smartest, and the most connected city in the world. Every click, every connection, every byte of data, protected and secured. We stand as the frontline defense against cyber threats, protecting infrastructure, and fostering a secure digital ecosystem. Together, we safeguard not just a city, but a global hub where the future thrives.
That was exciting. I was trying to push play and I don't know why it was not coming up there. So now, of course, I would like to call up on stage Mr. Robbie Sandrowich from the World Group Bank, and of course, with his keynote panel session talk.
Salam alaikum. Good morning. How are you? How is everybody doing? Let me ask you again. I want to make sure we have the right level of energy in the room. How is everybody doing? Thank you very much. Shukran. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Robbie Senderovich. I am from the World Bank, originally from Argentina. My first time here in Dubai. So this is, for me, at least, a very personal and historic moment. Thank you very much for having us here today. So it's a pleasure and an honor to be here in Dubai for this amazing forum. I want to start by extending my sincere thanks to the government of Dubai and His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, second Deputy Ruler of Dubai and Chairman of the Dubai Media Council, for the invaluable patronage and support. Also, a special thanks goes to our partner from Dubai Electronic Security Center and its Chief Executive, His Excellency Youssef Al-Shaibani, for the outstanding work of his team in preparation for this event. The support of hosting this forum and enabling a platform for vital conversations around GovTech and cloud computing in the public sector has been amazing. Thank you very much for your support. A huge welcome to the representatives from so many countries that came to Dubai for this event, especially the members of our cloud computing in the public sector working group. So thank you everyone for joining us today and this week. So this agenda of GovTech, public sector innovation, for which Dubai is very well recognized, along with many other countries in the world, has been always an important agenda. But let me tell you, today this agenda is not just important, it's an urgent agenda. What we are witnessing around the world, and we as an international organization, the World Bank, we have this ability to go around, to travel, to talk to many different governments, civil society members, representatives of the private sector. What is that we hear? What we hear is that there is almost nothing short of a crisis of public trust or citizen trust in public institutions. If you go around the world, what you see is that citizens start to trust less and less their government institutions. This is due to a combination of effects. It has to do with the perception that the quality of services could be better, the reality that in many countries the bridge between the rich and the poor is widening, so inequality is a problem in many societies. In many societies, either because of perception or reality, people feel like the system is rigged, that there is corruption. So in a way, this agenda that we are discussing today can be part of the solution of building more inclusive institutions, more accountable institutions, and more effective institutions. So AI in this context is a game changer. So it's a new way of doing things. So let me start by sharing with you a critical thought in these days about artificial intelligence. AI, as we call it, is often described as the game changer we've been all been awaiting for. It promises to reshape everything we know about public service, also about our personal lives, from creating smarter cities to enabling faster decision-making, and most importantly, providing better services to citizens, as we discussed before. But here is the key insight. AI, as a groundbreaking as it is, cannot thrive in isolation. It requires powerful foundations. Cloud computing is one of these critical foundations. Without cloud computing, it's very difficult to get all the benefits that AI can provide us. And on this, I want to share what I call a false dichotomy. Let me share with you, if I may, a quick joke. And there are two friends talking to each other, and one tells the other, "Tell me quickly, how much is 2 plus 2? Quickly, how much is 2 plus 2? The other person says, quickly, 5. He says, no, 2 plus 2 is 4. He says, what did you want? Efficiency or quality? So this is a false dichotomy nowadays. We can have it both. We need to be efficient, and AI is very important for that, but we also need quality for this. Cloud computing is essential to unblocking the full potential of AI. And I was, while preparing for this event, I was thinking about how is that all of us seeing the effect of AI and the transition to AI over time. So I remember that when I was younger, if you wanted to watch a movie at home, you actually needed to have the movie at home, correct? Some of you remember these VHS cassettes? Raise your hand if you remember that, so I don't feel that old. And after the VHS, we went to the DVDs. Still, you needed to have that copy at home. You put it in the machine was connected to the TV, then boom, there you are, and you can see and you can watch the movie. Later on, we learned that there were some specific sites online where all these movies were collected, and you could then, if you wanted to watch a movie, what is that you needed to do with your computer? You connected to the site, and you downloaded the movie, right? So the movie was downloaded to your hard drive, and then you can watch the movie from your own memory, from your own computer, and watch the movie. So one step forward, right? So basically, first you had to have the movie. Second, you don't need to have all the movies and all the information at home. You download whatever you wanted into your, in a way, limited capacity of your own equipment. Nowadays, how many of you have Netflix? Yes? Most of us? So you go into Netflix, you click a button, or you push a button in your control, and you watch that movie. Is that movie in your house? No. Have you downloaded that movie? No. You are streaming, web streaming that movie. So there is somebody else, somewhere else, computing the information, the digital information, so you can enjoy that movie at home, right? So for somebody who is not an expert on this, like myself, it's a very easy way to understand the power of cloud computing and how cloud computing can enhance the ability of AI. I don't need to compute everything in my machine. My machine will never have, my equipment will never have enough memory, but also enough computing power. This is in somebody else's hands, and if I trust that specific company, government entity, etc., we can have both quality and efficiency at the same time. So the question today is not on whether governments around the world are going to be using cloud and cloud computing. The question is how fast can they move to this so they can get the best benefits out of this. We also check on the numbers. We always like to see the numbers. And according to some international experts, by 2026 is tomorrow, it's less than a year from now, companies around the world are expected to spend over 45% of their IT budgets into cloud. Okay, so if you are a company, you're investing into IT, for every $100 that you invest, almost half of that is going to go to cloud. So it's an increasing industry, and it becomes more important around the world. So if this agenda is so important for governments, if this agenda can deliver better services and results for citizens, why is that the World Bank engages on this? Exactly because of that. Our work as an international organization is to support countries around the world in building, as I said before, more inclusive, effective, and accountable institutions, and technology can be part of the solution. So how is that we do that? And very briefly, I will summarize this in 5 points. The first one is by putting together what we call the GovTech Global Partnership. This is a global partnership where over 100 organizations from around the world have joined us at the World Bank to foster this agenda. Many of the partners are here today in the room. This partnership is multilateral and multi-stakeholders, so some of the organizations are from civil society, academia, private sector companies, governments themselves, and it's multinational as well, so countries from all over the world and organizations join us. So that is number one, the partnership. The second way in which we support this is through the establishment of what we call the Cloud Computing Working Group. This is a working group formed of a representative of 27 governments from around the world. All of them are here today because Dubai has hosted the first face-to-face meeting of the working group on cloud computing of the World Bank. The group has been meeting now for 2.5 years, and we are very happy that all of you were able to make it to Dubai for this. The third way in which we support this agenda is through our knowledge work. So the World Bank is known in many countries for the financing that we provide to development projects, but also for the knowledge that we produce. Recently, we produced a note on cloud computing, and that note is at your disposal. You can consult it as well. And there will be a second note on the future of cloud computing that we are producing with the support and in collaboration with the government of Dubai, and a lot of the discussions that we are going to have today are going to be reflected in this second knowledge product. Fourth, a lot of what we do is in supporting countries and governments at the country level through the projects that the World Bank finances. We call this our operational work in country. And fifth is data. It's very difficult to work on any agenda if you don't measure it, if you don't know where the agenda is going. So the World Bank has created something that we call the GovTech Maturity Index. Almost every country in the world is included in this international index. We run this exercise, we call it the GTMI, GovTech Maturity Index, already twice. And this year we are issuing the third edition, so the team is already working on assessing the progress that countries have done on GovTech, including for the first time with a strong focus on AI as well. What comes next, as I mentioned before, the future is about continuing this acceleration of the implementation of this agenda in terms of the knowledge agenda, in terms of the convening, in terms of the work that we do at the country level. I take this opportunity also to announce the next GovTech Global Forum that we are hosting in Washington, D.C. on May 27 to 29. This coming May is the second time that we organize this international convening, and all of you, of course, are invited to that forum in Washington, D.C. And what we are making sure is that the forum that we are having today is a building block into this global forum that we have in Washington, so we can connect these activities and this international dialogue. And to conclude, I think that we are now at the summit, at the cusp of a transformative wave in the public sector, one that can be powered by AI, cloud computing, and the ability to work in partnerships. This is not something that governments can do by themselves. This is something that the private sector cannot do by itself. This is something that requires the active participation of citizens and their organizations as well. So thank you all for the opportunity to working together with you on this agenda, but more important, the opportunity for us to be building together a world that is more just, where we can eradicate poverty, foster shared prosperity for all, and create opportunities for everyone in our countries. Thank you all. Shukran.
Well, thank you, Mr. Robbie. That was very exciting, and as well, we got a joke and a little bit story from Blast in the past. So now our next session is a very exciting session. There's a lot of things going to be discussed, and mostly focusing, of course, Dubai, the city of the future. And I would like to, of course, welcome on stage our panel for today, His Excellency Amr Sharaf, His Excellency Khalifa Al-Marri, Dr. Bushra Al-Balushi, and the moderator for this panel was Lana, editor from CNN. So yes, it's going to be very exciting. They're going to be discussing a lot of things for the future. And of course, Dubai is a pioneer of the future. There is always steps taken ahead of time. And we always have forward thinkers in making this city great. So just setting up, and it is going to be fabulous. So of course, the highlight of the main achievements of Dubai and the cloud adoption of security will be discussed in this panel, and will be an open panel. So it will be known between them how they will be seeing the foresight of Dubai. And of course, if I can just welcome our guests on stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. It's such a pleasure for me to be here with you today for this very important event. And I am especially pleased to be joined by these esteemed panelists today to discuss successful cloud implementations. Now, among the future global trends in the field of digital transformation, cloud computing stands out as an essential condition and a common denominator for a world that is embarking on massive technological transformations. And speaking of this technological transformations, some technologies we find are the most prominent and most impactful toward the global economy in 2030. And that is, of course, artificial intelligence, blockchain technology, augmented reality, to name a few. And since the practical application of these emerging technologies requires stability, flexibility, speed of digital infrastructure, stable cloud computing has become the most important condition for the success of the process of digital transformations across several sectors. However, cloud computing doesn't come without its own challenges. These challenges are at the core of the future thinking and strategic vision of the Dubai Electronic Security Center. And it aims to cover four main themes: to make Dubai a cyber-secure city, a cyber-secure society, a city that is an innovation incubator, a cyber-resilient city, and a city that is open to cyber cooperation and partnerships. Dubai Digital has also played a major role in promoting the Emirates as a digital hub, developing high-quality digital services provided to all members and segments of the community, and creating a safe digital environment. And some flagship products include the entire Dubai government's ERP system, the Dubai Now app, and the UAE's National Digital Identity UAE Pass. Several initiatives were recently announced to achieve these goals. This includes Dubai cybersecurity policy and the launching of the third version of the information security regulation, which provides the main practice in the field of information security that must be adopted by all government agencies in Dubai. Now, speaking of these initiatives and policies, Mr. Amir, I wanted to start with you. Let's start with the Dubai journey in cloud adoption. Can you speak on the major milestones achieved so far?
Thank you very much, Lena, for the introduction. Really appreciate that. It's great to be here today amongst many likely-minded individuals from all the international community discussing this very important subject of cloud computing and the security related with that. And I'm looking forward to listen to everyone's input and their insight and their experiences of how they were able to tackle these many challenges that we see when we want to benefit from the cloud. And to take a step back, maybe I can explain what we did in Dubai to go onto this journey and to provide a secure experience when it comes to the cloud. As you can see in the chart behind me, the journey started well back in 2014 with our information security regulation. You just mentioned right now that we've launched the third version. That's right, we have updated our information security regulation. But the ISR was actually foundational. It was there even before the Dubai Electronic Security Center. And it has all the pillars that we need to abide with going forward. But such is our role at the Dubai Electronic Security Center that we abide and we support the disruptive technologies of the time. Obviously, cloud technology used to be a disruptive technology back in the day. Now it's maturing and developing and structuring itself as a foundational technology, as we have heard from our colleagues. And with that, we provide the policies necessary for the government and the sectors that are relevant from the critical sectors to utilize these technologies in the most proficient way that enables innovation without hindering progress. So we started with ISR, then we had the Dubai Data Law, so our colleagues from the Dubai Data Establishment, together with the committee that was set up at that time, worked diligently to set up a policy for data and a guideline as to how data should be structured. With the correct structure, you are able to abide the data sets to certain requirements that is put there by the security when you store the data in the cloud. And then we go a step up. We have, in 2017, launched our cloud security policy, the CSP, and started applying it by 2018 by giving certifications for vendors. And we're proud to say that we have over 1,200 services today certified by our CSP program, and over 22 cloud service providers from the international recognized brands that we know all around the world are already certified for most of these services. So we're proud to have reached that milestone. And today in 2023, we have coming today to 2025, but in 2023 we have updated the policy one more time with the requirements that are able to provide the goals of our city and the security that we have put together. So
thank you, Amir. Yeah, that's a great start, yeah, for people to understand the journey and what it took to come here. Now, Mr. Khalifa, Dubai has been a leader in adopting cloud technologies in government. Can you share some specific cloud projects that have a transformative impact on public services?
Thank you, Lena, for the question. I think the major initiative we've worked on in terms of the cloud adoption is called the Dubai Government Clouds Project. The aim of this project is to create secure and scalable cloud hosting environments to enable the government entities to start adopting the cloud and migrate their systems to the cloud and benefit from the pluses that these systems gain from being on a cloud hosting environment. The project itself was done purely based on partnerships between us and the local providers in the country like Moro Hub and Do, as well as the global hyperscalers, to provide these environments, to manage these environments, securing these environments along with our requirements. And the aim of having these environments is to accelerate and enable the government entities to migrate their systems and adopt the clouds as fast as possible and benefit from being on the cloud. We've seen a large uptick in adoption since the program was launched in 2023. And the majority of new platforms and systems from the governments, I'm proud to say, are being deployed in the cloud. And not only that, even the major platforms serving the government currently, like the Central Data Platform and the Central Integration Platform, also reside in the cloud as well. And we see the growth continuing on as we go.
So we're talking about speed and efficiency here, and we heard in the keynote speech that it's a difficult balance, and it has been achieved from what you're saying. Dr. Bushra, now cloud adoption brings numerous opportunities for government, but it also requires proper governance and risk management. How did you ensure that the government's frameworks in Dubai's cloud projects were effective, and what were the main achievements?
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to sit here with the great delegates who are joining us in this session today. Just to set a bit of perspective, how Dubai built the ecosystem of cloud adoption. Actually, we are like 3 or 4 main entities working together across different layers from data law. So first we started with defining what is data, because this is what matters, what I will put in the cloud. How should I do the data classification? What is secret, what is classified, what is PII? So we started with a foundation, and then also we assigned data champions in each and every organization. So once the basis was set, then we came out with the cloud security policy at the same time, and we started certifying cloud providers. And most of the hyperscalers today, they already have 2 data centers in the city of Dubai, and we are proudly having more than 20 cloud providers who are certified from our side, with more than 1,000 government services that are certified over those cloud providers. So having the data, having security, and then we moved to the cloud adoption. As Khalifa said, we established Dubai Pulse, we established Dubai Cloud. So going to the cloud adoption was seamless because the foundation was there. When it comes to what are the main achievements, as I said, government services efficiency and scalability was a must. UEPass, Dubai Now, and other applications, they are good examples of Dubai applications that are working at scale on the cloud, whether they are on our own government cloud or they are on the certified cloud providers or even on a public cloud. It all depends on the data classification.
Agreed. And Mr. Amir, we spoke a lot about the opportunities and achievements. But obviously, collaboration is at the core of a lot of these achievements, if you agree. So can you explain the role of collaboration with other entities, private sector, or international organizations to enhance specifically the security of government cloud systems?
Yeah, the private sector indeed plays a critical role in our vision, in our strategy. It's actually part of our Dubai cybersecurity strategy, which is on its second iteration right now, launched by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince and Second Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and head of the Chairman of the Executive Council. Yeah, back to the relationship that we have with the private sector and with the relation to the cloud. We have actually put several projects in place with participation of the private sector. So looking at the training side, which is critical, because for cloud security and cloud capabilities, to be able to manage it technically, to be able to understand the security aspects of cloud, you need to have the right mindset and the right training in place. And we have a partnership with an internationally recognized partner that we've set up, our Dubai Cyber Innovation Park. And under that is an initiative called CyberNode. Many of our colleagues here know about that because they have been certified, and our flagship CISO training program, it's a 6-month training program in affiliation with the university that we have put together, and this intensive program prepares them for all the type of cyber challenges that are out there. So having that knowledge really helps endorse the cloud. On another angle, also, we have a certification program, which we've seen, the cloud certification program, that also is done in conjunction with the private sector. This is also as part of the program of the Executive Council that we push public-private partnerships, and that we have been able to push and have a certification program with this recognized company. Dr. Bushra mentioned the number of certifications that we have, over 1,200 and over 20, done through that third party, actually, who does the certification with the cloud providers.
You mentioned facing some of the challenges, and Mr. Khalifa, I wanted to ask you about some of the biggest challenges that you think were faced when migrating to the cloud, and how were they overcome?
Well, I think the initial major challenge was data sovereignty. That was the big stopper for migrating for the cloud, specifically for government workloads and data. But I think that's a solved problem through the certification program, which Dr. Bushra mentions, through the Dubai Clouds program. That problem has been overcome, and now the arena is free for the government entities to host their systems there. Another challenge was basically the legacy systems and the migration of the legacy systems, which happen to be non-cloud native and pose a challenge to migrate to the cloud. What we've done is we've taken a phase migration strategy and a cloud-first policy in terms of the government workloads. New projects, greenfield projects, major upgrades have priority to be hosted on the cloud while maintaining the legacy systems until time comes for us to upgrade them and update them and convert them to cloud native, which allows us to move them to the cloud hosting environments. And this process has been working very well for us so far.
A cloud-first policy, that sounds very, very interesting. Now, Dr. Bushra, what are the key changes in your view in the latest cloud security policy issued by DSC? And how will it further empower the cloud adoption securely in the city, in Dubai?
So the first cybersecurity policy we issued was back in 2017, and the main aim of that policy was to certify the cloud providers. So it was mainly for the cloud providers to know what are the requirements of the city of Dubai in order for them to comply with those requirements and offer their services to the government entities. Our policy is based on the international standards, so we are not reinventing the wheel. So it's based on CSA, it's based on ISO standards, and there are very few minimum requirements for, let's say, local government requirements, I would say, or Dubai-related requirements. But 95% of those requirements are international, which made it easy for the cloud providers to come and to open the business here and also to scale with us since 2017. So once that stage was done, then we issued the second cloud security policy in order to put more guidance to the government entities in terms of what should go to the cloud, what should go to the government cloud, what should go to the certified cloud providers. So we divided the new policy into three main sections: cloud providers requirements, cloud consumers requirements, and also certification bodies requirements. Usually those certifications are not being provided by us as DISC, but we rely on a certification body who are accredited from our side with certain requirements. So the certification bodies, usually they will go and audit the cloud providers against the requirements. Based on that, the audit report is being reviewed by DISC and the certification body, and the certificate is being issued. So if I can summarize it, what are the main changes? Right now, our policy is very clear. It gives a clear direction to consumers, clear direction to providers and accreditation bodies. And we worked hard also with our co-partners from the Legal Affairs Department in order to put certain requirements for the government entities. So if you would like to sign any contract with a certified provider or even with a public provider, then those are the minimum requirements that they need to consider in their contracts to make the cloud adoption feasible, scalable, and at the same time, if you want to migrate from one cloud provider to another cloud provider, they won't face any issues on that.
Thanks for that clarification. Mr. Amir, I want to speak about innovation a little bit. So innovation is a big need in a lot of sectors and spaces, but especially in this space that we're talking about here. How do you balance the need for innovation and rapid cloud adoption with maintaining a robust data and security posture at the same time?
I mean, that's the purpose that we see ourselves as enablers for cybersecurity and enablers for innovation, actually. So people would look usually at security and security requirements as a hindrance, but we try to have the composition of policies that will enable and allow that user of that policy to flourish with the innovation. Cloud today is a huge propellant for innovation. It's an enabler for all sectors, individuals to private sector to the government as well. It's a platform on which we utilize and we build applications and systems faster. Back in the day, you would have to get the entire stack of systems and machines. Khalifa remembers all the day, I remember them, and it's cumbersome, it's time consuming. Now it's just a click and you are able to provide solutions And it's going to be even faster with the onset of artificial intelligence and technologies being developed on the fly and software being developed on the fly. So it's a very exciting future. So we always look at it from a perspective of being, having security by design and instilled in any solution that is put together as a cloud. So you're a cloud service, you're going to have many people connect to it. You have security by design implemented from the beginning. You're applying the best security standards and policies that are internationally recognized. Our CSP is also benchmarked and based on the internationally recognized certifications so that vendors, when they come over to Dubai and the UAE specifically, they can simply onboard their services much faster because they have those certifications. So if everything is there by design from day one, it makes it easier for innovation going forward. You utilize that platform. Come to that platform and the cloud provider, and we have many choices here in the region today, from the well-known internationally recognized brands to the telecom sector that provides also the infrastructure. You onboard onto these infrastructures and you have systems and applications in place in a matter of days. Sometimes the same day you are able to deploy a solution.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Khalifa, obviously people are at the center of these technologies that we're talking about, and the cloud making their experiences easier and safer. So I wanted to ask you, how do you ensure that these projects remain aligned with the goals of enhancing citizen experiences?
Well, we've always been citizen-centric in our approach. So from a citizen's perspective, we use tools which provide real-time feedback on the satisfaction level of the citizens, like the happiness meter, which allows the government entities to obtain that feedback in real time and refine its services further. Namely which all of these digital services provided by the government entities which are hosting it either on the cloud or on-prem. From an infrastructure level, we use AI-driven analytics tools to measure the performance of these systems which provide these services, to measure the availability, to measure their ease of deployment and refinement further and continuous development. And when benchmarked against the systems which are on-prem versus the systems on the cloud, we've seen better availability, better scalability, faster deployment, and even better performance, which ultimately comes back to a better user experience for the citizens.
All right, and lastly, Dr. Bushra, given the evolving nature of cybersecurity risks, how do you anticipate governance and risk management frameworks in government cloud environments? How will it evolve, in your view, in the next 3 to 5 years?
Let me just reflect on what we discussed with the experts yesterday in the closed workshop. So we had 4 thematics to discuss how the future will look like in the cloud. So how green cloud will look like in the future, how data sovereignty will be managed in the future, how quantum computing and the cloud will reflect each other's, and also with the tension of AI and everything on the cloud or the public cloud now, how we can create that balance between having government services being processed in the cloud and what is being processed, what is being monitored. So if you will ask me what I want to see in the future, we hope that we will have privacy-enhancing technologies, which is the new emerging technologies, spreading on scale, and our colleagues Ian and Quentin will talk about it after the session. So can we have privacy-enhancing computations or privacy-enhancing technologies working on the scale? What I mean by that, can we process sensitive data encrypted on the cloud? So we as government, we shouldn't worry about where the data is being hosted, where it is being stored, because the data is encrypted. The encryption keys are only with the government entities or with the relevant stakeholders. What that means that we can use the cloud massively if those technologies emerged, because I'm processing encrypted data, I'm adhering to the different compliance laws, regulations, GDPR, our internal laws here for data privacy in UAE and other laws. If that technology is implemented massively, I think that will solve lots of challenges that we have today in terms of data privacy and compliance to the different data laws we have globally.
We have a few minutes left, and I think our audience would like to hear from Mr. Amr and Mr. Khalifa on the same question. So if you would allow me to ask you how you see the evolvement of government cloud environments in the next 3 to 5 years, and as Dr. Bushra mentioned, what would you like to see happening in that space?
Okay, I'll cover that probably from a cybersecurity perspective. We have not talked much about the protection mechanism that we have put in place in the city of Dubai. So with the vision of the leadership, we have put together a platform that allows us to have a robust and secure observation of our assets and resources, namely our cybersecurity index that was launched by His Highness Sheikh Hamdan back in 2020. So this particular platform allows us to supervise, along with the government departments, all the suspicious traffic that may be attacking our infrastructure. When it comes to this, it's important to have a very high speed of response. And we're proud to say today that the speed of response for the government has improved from what used to take 2 weeks to respond to an incident to 2 hours only.
Wow.
And we're looking for that to be instantaneous. Actually, it is instant in certain cases of automation, but we're always ever improving. So that's a great achievement that we have worked together with the government departments and their efforts alongside with us to enhance the resilience and the speed of response. The platform itself has many attributes, and we'll need a session by itself for me to discuss the entire cloud security, cybersecurity index. But it has been a huge success for the city of Dubai to push cybersecurity and to keep that on the #1 agenda of all our partners.
Mr. Khalifa, future outlooks, what you'd like to see happening?
I think the expectations keep rising from even ourselves when hosting in the cloud. We expect the latest technologies to be readily available as a service for us to avail. Advancements in AI, we expect them to be available also for us. So any new technology has to be embedded within the cloud service. It's by expectation. And by doing that, by ensuring that, and by securing it, we make sure that the government actually benefits and avails those services as soon as they become available. I foresee that the majority of the systems will be on the cloud very soon. And the on-prem data centers will be either a relic or a very specific use case for a very niche set of systems.
A very informative session indeed, and I've personally learned a lot from them, so thank you very much for your time. Give it up for our esteemed panelists, please. Thank you.
So very insightful, a lot of interesting things that have been discussed on stage. And of course, now I would like to give a warm welcome to our main partner of this event, Do Tech. Please join me in inviting His Excellency Fahad Al-Hassawi, CEO of Do, the stage to share insight on how telecoms support the cloud adoption in the government and the private sector.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues, it is both an honor and a privilege to address this gathering where the focus is on leveraging cloud technologies to redefine the parameters of digital transformation. Historically, telecommunication companies have laid a foundational backbone for digital transformation, pioneering in the development of state-of-the-art mobile and fiber networks. Today, we are at the top of a new era, where telcos globally are not just enablers, but are actively leveraging cloud technologies to revolutionize network infrastructure, enhance service delivery, and streamline operational processes. The global telecom cloud market is a proof of this transition, positioned for an exponential growth with a projected CAGR of 9% until 2030, culminating in a market valuation of 108.7 billion USD. As we navigate through the digital revolution, multi-cloud and hyper-cloud strategies are not just buzzwords. They are pivotal to optimizing our digital journey. They empower organizations to harness diverse cloud solutions, integrating elasticity with economy, and anchoring autonomy with data sovereignty and privacy at the forefront. In the GCC region, we are witnessing an aggressive integration of cloud solutions designed to optimize connectivity frameworks and enrich digital services for the business and consumers alike. This dynamism is further illustrated by the forecast of the GCC telecom market that will grow to 84.56 billion USD by 2025, eventually reaching 142.93 billion USD by 2030. Additionally, revenues in the public cloud market within this region are expected to reach 6.13 billion USD by 2025, with software as a service taking the lead. In the UAE, digitalization is not merely an option, but a key element in building competitive knowledge economy. Moving into AI and machine learning, cloud computing accelerates our expertise in data analysis, making us not only smarter but seamlessly intelligent. Here, telcos are at the forefront, transitioning traditional telecom services to sophisticated cloud-based solutions, a critical step towards realizing the UAE National Digital Government Strategy of 2025 and aligning with the vision of We Are the UAE 2031 blueprint. DO has evolved from a traditional connectivity provider to a forefront leader in digital transformation, symbolized by the introduction of our new operating sub-brand, DO Tech, which amplifies our transition, equipping organizations with advanced data center, cloud, and cybersecurity capabilities, as well as IoT, AI, and blockchain solutions, empowering them to navigate and thrive in today's digital landscape. Before the launch of DO Tech, our collaboration helped us support the UAE government in crafting their digital frameworks. We collaborated with the Telecom and Digital Government Regulatory Authority, TDRA, to launch the Federal Digital Network, FedNet, a suite of cloud services and virtual services marketplace. Additionally, our support of Dubai Pulse marked a significant milestone as the UAE first cloud platform for open and closed data tailored to meet the needs of both public and private sectors. DO remains committed to enabling the UAE digital transformation agenda. We are responding to the needs of today and shaping the digital landscape of tomorrow by innovating new digital solutions. DO Tech further accelerates our dive into digital excellence, offering cutting-edge IoT, AI, and blockchain solutions. We equip organizations with the technological capabilities and strategic insights needed to navigate and succeed in the digital age. We are committed to building infrastructure required for cloud adoption and AI transformation, enabling the national strategy through the deployment of scalable cloud solutions. These efforts are tailored to meet the hefty data volumes and stringent security requirements. For the purpose, we aim to expand our data center footprint to exceed 100 megawatt in the near future. We have witnessed a critical need for a bold expansion of data center infrastructure that is both secure and scalable to meet the growing complexity and sophistication of digital services that our government and private sectors demand. It is about ensuring that these services are delivered with a commitment to security and sovereignty, pillars that are non-negotiable in our digital era. Our alliances with tech giants like Oracle, Alloy, and NVIDIA symbolize our commitment to digital sovereignty and delivering scalable, secure AI services in line with the UAE digital transformation goals. The deployment of Oracle Alloy within the UAE data center enables us to offer over 100 OCI services integrated with a Do AI GPU as a service. This is a major step in our evolution into a cloud services business, complementing our wide portfolio of managed services with comprehensive public cloud capabilities that enable us to respond swiftly to the transformation demands of our customers. The ability to deploy AI services in a dedicated cloud region within our local data center in the UAE is particularly valuable in helping our government customers accelerate the transformation initiatives from a facility within the UAE. Through our meaningful collaboration and customized secure solutions, DO connects government ambitions with private sector execution and leading the change toward a sustainable digital transformation forfeited by AI and hyperscale cloud services. The strategic move ensures data residency and sovereignty while accelerating the strategic deployment of AI and cloud services to catalyze the digital transformation of government operation. Our efforts are not just about transitioning to the cloud, but doing it in a way that respects and upholds data sovereignty and security. It is more than technical shift. It is foundational transformation that redefines how we view and manage data in the public sector. While it's in early stages, the promise quantum computing holds is sky high. Cloud providers are the new gatekeeper to this quantum realm, offering keys to the kingdom where revolutionizing cryptography and optimizing is no longer a fantasy. As we venture beyond core telecommunication services, the imperative of enhanced data, security, operational efficiencies, and scalable solutions become increasingly pronounced. It is this understanding that underscores everything we do. Ensuring that we grow our digital economy, we remain committed to data sovereignty, security, and the advanced capabilities offered by AI to herald an era where digital dynamism, organizational agility, and data integrity will be cornerstone of the new digital economy. In closing, I encourage all stakeholders, government bodies, private organizations, and telcos to embrace increased collaboration and collective innovation action. Together, we can unlock the full potential of cloud solutions, propelling social and economic progress through the innovation and forward-thinking strategies. We can build reality where telcos play a pivotal role in supporting cloud adoption, driving innovation, and securing digital future that benefits all. Thank you for the opportunity to share our vision and our journey.
So, of course, very exciting things that are happening, and I love always hearing big numbers. When you hear billions, it's always exciting to hear those things, especially happening right here in the UAE. So, of course, up next, we have an amazing panel with exciting things that they're going to be talking about. We have an insightful panel with discussions of navigating the legal, regulatory, and compliance in the cloud computing. And of course, this panel will be joining us today with keynote speakers. So please give me a warm welcome to the esteemed speakers on stage. Maximiliano Monero, Aisha Mohammed, Matteo Kotroch, Camilla Saad, Admiral Andrea Ballat, and the moderator for today is the Senior Finance Management Specialist, World Bank Group, Mr. Kumar.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. So it's amazing to see such a great gathering of experts from around the world. Governments from around the world, they are facing increasingly fiscal pressures, and they are expected to enhance efficiencies and do more with less, and also accelerate digitalization to meet the rising citizen expectations, and along the way, adopt innovative technologies like artificial intelligence, where it is feasible. Cloud computing supports all of the above. However, one risk that is lingering on the minds of policymakers from around the world is, will the data be safe in the cloud? It's all about citizen trust, as Robbie mentioned in his opening speech. So we will be discussing, there are two aspects of the safety of the data. One is the technological aspect about cybersecurity, and the other is the legal and regulatory aspects about data sovereignty and citizen privacy. So we will be discussing the second aspect, which is the legal and regulatory aspects, and we have an incredibly talented and experienced panel from the private sector and the public sector. So I will introduce them briefly. So with me on my right is Maximiliano Monero. Yeah, starting from there, from Uruguay. He is Deputy Director of the Information Technology Department, Uruguay. Next is Aisha Mohammed from Dubai government. She is the Manager of Cybersecurity License and Permits, Dubai Electronic Security Center. Next is Matteo Kotarchi, Head of the International AI Policy from Cisco. Camilla Saad from Amazon. She is Principal International Government Amazon Web Services. And Admiral Andrea Bellet, he is from Italy, and he is a Managing Director for Certification and Oversight, Italian National Cybersecurity Agency. Now, my first question is to Maxi. How do you balance the local and the international regulations? We have international standards like ISO family of cybersecurity standards, 27,000, and then you have GDPR and some other international standards, which are emphasized, but Bushra also emphasized those international standards in its speech. But then there are local requirements. So how do you balance when you are procuring cloud service providers between the international requirements and your local requirements? What's your experience?
Well, thank you, Khurram, for the question. Good evening, good morning for everyone. It's my first time in Dubai also. You have a wonderful city. Congratulations for the digital advancement that you are having in the government. Just to clarify, I'm from the technical side. I work at the agency for 15 years, but inside the structure of the agency, we have the DPI authority, the Data Personal Protection Authority. So we have been working together for many years, and my role is to take that regulations and try to implement them in the real world. For many years, we have looking at our government that someone, I don't know why, has created that kind of boogeyman that the cloud is bad and you cannot go to the cloud. So why? I don't know. So we create kind of policy for usage of the cloud in the public sector. This policy recopilates some regulation that we have. One of them is Decree 92 from 2014. This decree refers particularly to the central administration entities, that the President's office and the ministries, and realize that any system that belongs to that kind of entities has to be in national territory. At least you do a risk and impact analysis. That's a misunderstanding, and some of them prefer to have their servers under the desk and not to do this risk analysis, and that's why we are fighting against that. So we create this kind of policy to make them follow steps to adopt the cloud. In other order, we also have our personal data protection law, that was issued in 2008. This personal data protection law is implemented both on public and private sector, and it says that if you are transferring your data to an adequate country, you don't have to do nothing because we have a prior register of personal data database. But if you are going to an adequate country, you have to advise the DPI authority. And also, you have to have all contractor clauses that protect you with the provider where you move in your data, or you have the express consent of the ones that are involved in that transfer. We have been working in all this process with the hyperscalers, and particularly with the local providers, due to some restrictions on the procurement process. From a practical side, Uruguay has joined the Open Loop program. This program is directed by the Meta company and aims to prototype the privacy-enhanced technology guidance. We create this guidance to get awareness and to help some institutions to achieve and to obtain benefits of this emerging technology. I have to mention also that Uruguay, the telecommunications company from Uruguay, has created the cloud for the government services, and we have their data processing services, but the most important is by design, when you are going to this cloud, we are compiling with this regulation, but also with the National Cybersecurity Framework. Also, we have let me check my notes, sorry. Okay, and all of these regulations have been included in our 4 strategies that we launched in 2024. The digital citizen strategy, the AI strategy, the data strategy, and the cybersecurity strategy. This strategy looks always for the ethical, responsible use of the technology and aims to the equity and inclusion when we are delivering services to the public, to the citizens of our country.
Thank you so much. This is very insightful. So, Aisha, Dubai is a trailblazer when it comes to innovation and adoption of technology and really adoption of cloud computing. And being at the center of the cloud computing journey, what is your experience on the same question?
Thank you, Khurram. In Dubai, we have a model of always benchmarking what's out there to make sure that a global city like Dubai is always aligned with the international efforts. Back in 2017, when we started looking at the cloud security policy or the standard at the time, it was very important for us to stay aligned with the global best practices. The approach was to always learn from what's been done and improve on it, and understand what went wrong with other frameworks or other standards, and make sure we avoid that. And then at the end, ensure that we build something that is specifically tailored for the city of Dubai, without leaving space for any vendor to feel like they're complying with something completely new, something completely different. So we try to avoid reinventing the wheel. If something is working on an international level, we adopt that in the Emirate of Dubai, and we build on it the layers of specific security requirements that are relevant and that are as per the information security regulation. So what we've done for the cloud security policy, we've based it on ISO 27001, ISO 27017, CSA, things that the hyperscalers and the bigger companies working in the industry, now even the smaller companies would have these standards. They wouldn't feel like, they wouldn't be alienated from the market. It would be an opportunity for them to come here and set up their businesses. They would not only grow, they would thrive in the Emirates, and this is a reflection of our leadership's vision to ensure that Dubai is not only a technology hub, it ends up being a home for these innovative companies. So it's been challenging to balance this view of ensuring that innovation is harbored here in Dubai, ensuring that we don't really create a bottleneck for these companies, but rather create a welcoming environment, and balancing that with security requirements, with our regulatory role in Dubai Electronic Security Center to ensure that government data and public data in Dubai are properly secured. So I think at the end, balancing the international requirements with the local requirements from the information security regulation gave us the opportunity, and we started in 2018 certifying the bigger companies. We later adapted the standard to ensure that it's also considering the smaller companies, the SaaS providers, who may not need to have the full scope of the ISO, for example. So the program was tailored to ensure that they comply with the relevant ISO requirements, as long as they are hosting on certified infrastructure. So we've had a lot of conversations. We've had several meetings with the cloud service providers who are attending here with us today as well, to make sure that their experience is as seamless as possible, working with the government entities as well to make sure that these controls and these requirements are adopted in a way that secures their data, but still makes their lives easier.
So great points, Aisha. I think the key messages are that we should promote and adopt the international standards, and we should not create bottlenecks for the hyperscalers, because in many instances, if you over-specify, then they won't be able to meet your requirements. It will create a bottleneck. I just share one example in which US government launched a tender. And remember, in the old times, when we used to say the data, the backup on the disaster recovery center would be 26 miles from the primary data center, and US government actually put it as a requirement in the RFP. Nobody, Amazon, Google, Microsoft could meet this requirement. They said, we were passed way beyond that. So just emphasize your point about adoption of the international standards and facilitate the hyperscalers.
And if I can build on that, Khurram.
Yeah.
So before even launching the standard, we made sure to meet these companies that you are mentioning. So we understand that a well-established company in the market has its power and has its influence over the market. So we made sure that they were on board. We tweaked and we adjusted certain things without compromising security, of course, but they were on board from the beginning. We had several meetings before launching, so they were with us at the process of drafting the standard, and they heavily supported the initiative.
Yeah, great point. Engage the private sector when you are developing your tender. No, it's great. So now I turn to Matthew. My question is about artificial intelligence. This is a topic of the town. Everybody is talking about it and people want to learn. So With the ever-increasing use and adoption of artificial intelligence in the public sector, what do you think? The regulatory framework and the legal frameworks of the government, are they a bottleneck or they are enablers of artificial intelligence? And share your insights in the context of the cloud computing.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having me here today. It's also my first time in Dubai. I'm very honored and very thankful for the warm welcome that I got here. A lot of very insightful conversations yesterday and today. And I want to build up on your points because, as we heard before, a dichotomy between efficiency and speed, it's really not there. And I believe that the dichotomy between regulations and compliance and innovation is always, not necessarily always there. Having the ability to talk to regulators and to governments as private sector will allow companies to move into a safer space in deploying new technologies or newer technologies or emerging technologies in a way that it's safe, but it also gives us legal certainty. So it's quite important to say that at the outset because it's not always fair to assume that a regulatory compliance is always a barrier. It can very much be an enabler. As a matter of fact, as companies ourselves, we have our own internal processes that sometimes the engineers themselves might see as a barrier. We have our own frameworks when it comes to privacy, when it comes to cybersecurity. Cisco, as I'm sure AWS and all the other leading companies in the world have very strong AI frameworks that actually guide the development of these new technologies. And we want to use them at the design phase, at the development phase, at the deployment phase, and throughout. And AI is a particularly complex technology in this because it's iterative. So it's something that keeps on going, and it needs to have this sort of management and checks that are both internal to a company and external as it works with governments. So we very much believe that these can be enablers. And it's very encouraging, obviously, to be here because we hear how companies really like to do things, is to work with governments, find what the best structures and frameworks are, and make sure that the governments are safe in the knowledge that we're working with them to provide them with the best tools that also can be deployed in the public sector, which obviously has its own different sensitivities compared to a public cloud or a private environment. So this is quite important to say at the outset. At the same time, it's also important to say that while AI is new, or at least it's new in the way that we think of it today, it's a technology that in and of itself has existed for many years. It does not move in a legal vacuum. All the rules that apply to artificial intelligence also apply to other cloud systems. Data protection rules, cybersecurity rules, cloud security rules, all that we have heard today does apply to AI. And that's very important to say because as governments around the world are looking at possible legislative or non-legislative frameworks in artificial intelligence, they will also have to integrate them with what already exists, especially when it comes to cloud, because obviously there is no AI in the way that we intend it today without a powerful cloud. And all the rules that will apply to the cloud will inevitably apply to AI. At the same time, many governments around the world are looking at stronger legislative frameworks on artificial intelligence. It's a rather complex environment because artificial intelligence is fundamentally horizontal. So you will have different sectors that have different approaches to what specific use case AI can bring. And we're seeing, obviously, as usual, the European Union being the leader in having a very comprehensive framework when it comes to artificial intelligence. Very recently, we've seen a development in the Republic of Korea, which has enacted a similar broad framework for artificial intelligence. And again, we want to believe and we want to work to make sure that these legislative frameworks continue to be enablers rather than possible bottlenecks or barriers. Again, we're very encouraged to be here today because we hear the need for international cooperation. And obviously we are in the home of the First Ministry on artificial intelligence, and that shows the leadership that you need at the global level. Understanding that AI governance is pervasive to the use of AI in the government, but also in encouraging international frameworks that support private and public use of artificial intelligence is going to be key, as it was key when it comes to cybersecurity, when it came to data protection. So we're very, very encouraged to see that, and that's something that we are hopeful continues to be the leading guiding light for deployment of artificial intelligence for public sector.
Thank you so much. Camilla, one question that I am asked almost with every government that we work with across the world, as the World Bank, is about compliance. Governments have rules, they have their regulations, but the compliance is the biggest worry, how to enforce the rules. So what is Amazon doing on it?
Thank you.
Please.
And thank you for the invitation, the government of Dubai, desk, Dr. Bushras and her team, Hospitality, and also the World Bank for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with all of you and my fellow panelists and moderator. To answer your question, AWS provides a secure, compliant, and scalable infrastructure. Security is our top priority and the main pillar by which our services and infrastructure is designed and managed. To manage compliance at scale, there are three things that come to mind. First, the compliance that you inherit. Number two, the solutions at your disposal, at a government's disposal, to meet complex compliance requirements. And number three, the continuous improvement that you benefit from.
Yeah, makes sense.
For number one, AWS supports 143 security standards and compliance certifications, including FedRAMP, GDPR, ISO, just to mention a few. This enables governments to inherit pre-validated compliance frameworks for their workloads. For number two, just an example of a solution that it's at a government's disposal to meet complex compliance requirements is the AWS Landing Zone Accelerator. In its simplest form, a landing zone is a cloud environment where governments can deploy initial workloads, and it's the first step in a government's cloud migration journey. This tool offers a set of foundational capabilities to align with global compliance frameworks to manage and secure basically data, and most importantly to meet these compliance frameworks. Number three, on the continuous improvement, one of our key examples is the AWS Nitro system. The AWS Nitro system is a first of its kind innovation and the security backbone of AWS. With AWS Nitro system, no one or no system, even the most privileged admins in AWS, can access the data that is running in an Amazon EC2 instance. An Amazon EC2 instance, very briefly, it's just a virtual machine. It's the name that we have. So this means that this is basically, as I said, I'm going to repeat this because I think this is a key point. No one or no system, not even the most privileged admins in AWS, can access the data or the workloads running in a virtual machine in AWS cloud. The AWS Nitro system has been validated by a third party, NCC Group, and since 2018, so now this is what, 7 years, 6-7 years, all of the instances running in AWS have a Nitro system. One thing I think important to mention, taking a step back from the technology, the solutions, the innovation, is working and foster collaboration at a country level. For example, just here in Dubai, we're locally compliant with desk. We have a strong collaborative relationship with Uruguay, with Maximiliano's agencies, also collaboration with Mr. Admiral Spile's agency, and of course, just I'm seeing here some members of the World Bank Working Group, also, for example, with the Dominican Republic. So I think this is also key, having that in-country collaboration and open dialogue with local agencies.
Just a quick follow-up. You have the tools. But how do you build capacity on the government side to monitor the use of these tools and monitor the compliance?
So I think two things here. Number one, and this is something I know Maximiliano and I were talking about it yesterday and with some other members. A key aspect of AWS is the AWS Partner Network. So we work very closely with local organizations in countries And if you want to speak about it, I think that would be great, because I think it's important to hear, of course, the government perspective. We work with local organizations in teams in countries that not only, of course, speak the local language, but also meet regulatory compliance, including purchasing agreements, procurement vehicles, which, of course, it's very important to have that in place for a government. And also, I would say that this, and the key word from yesterday from the working group for the working group discussions is collaboration, and having at the disposal of governments tools and creating the awareness of all the encryption capabilities. And it's an open dialogue, it's communication, it's a day-to-day trust building, which speaks to what you were mentioning.
This is great. Andrea, you have led a recent implementation of cloud computing in Italy. So how do you see the adoption of international standards vis-a-vis your own standards? Please share with us your experience.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to talk about the Italian experience on that. And I'm happy to see that we kind of share this path with the Emirate of Dubai, because I recognize the steps that were explained today in making cloud services more secure, more efficient, and more useful. First of all, international standards. When you qualify or certify a cloud service provider or a cloud service, the best way to go is always to use recognized standards. I wouldn't annoy you with all the numbers and stuff, but basically it's already well regulated. You have recognized international standards. What you add at the national level is organizational type of measures, legal type of measure, administrative type of measure, because, you have to adapt. The way you regulate your services, given a common technical type of compliance level with specific of your country. I'd like to talk a little bit about the data sovereignty, which is a topic of this panel. Data sovereignty is, simply said, the right to decide who and under which agreement is allowed to access. It doesn't have anything to do with data security. Data security is at the foundation of it. Data sovereignty is different, and it doesn't come for free. So we've been talking a lot yesterday about the definition of data sovereignty and how you pursue data sovereignty, if it's worth it, because, data sovereignty in terms of impact on your services is not kind of easy. I'll make some examples. If you want jurisdiction on your data, those data needs to be in a data center on your territory, which is a big limitation. We spoke about disaster recovery and stuff. But you need to do it if you want full control of your data. The use of cryptography as well, it was said, is a privacy measure. Cryptography with mechanisms like bring your own key or your own key is an excellent solution to guarantee the privacy of your data. It's not enough. You need to classify your data and understand which one of them really require a strong data sovereignty and which one of them are not really. And you go with the market, you go with the best, the more efficient, the fastest solution you can get. We did it in Italy. We classified the public administration data, and we have 3 levels of classification. Ordinary data, which are, I would say, more than 80%, don't require really any type of measure, additional measure. Of course, we set up all of the measures for security, but we didn't think it was necessary to talk about that sovereignty. Then we have the critical data. As you know, Italy is part of the EU, so we are subject to the GDPR, the data privacy law in Europe. And the critical data are data related to personal privacy. And we added some other measures to guarantee a better data sovereignty. And then we have strategic data that are related to the national security. And on those data, we made sure we used all possible measures to guarantee that those data are immune to any possible unauthorized access. So this is our point of view on the data sovereignty. As for the, again, compliance, I agree with you that the use of international standards is probably the best way to go. And another thing that I would like to add is, to me, cloud services, the cloud technologies is a no-brainer. Everybody is going to it. We need to make the migration regulated, a little safe, because sometimes you rush too much. One last thing, private data. I was talking about, of course, the public administration data. Private data are a big chunk, the major part of all data treatable using cloud services. And people is kind of wary of, giving data to solutions. We are at the dawn of the AI services, which is promising a real revolution. We need education, we need awareness, we need training for people to understand that it is the fact that your data is somewhere that you cannot see doesn't mean you've lost your data.
Thank you so much. This is very good. So we have just a few minutes left, and I can take one quick question from the audience to any of the experts, or just one question. Okay, then I can ask you a question. Maxi, you want to speak on something? Yeah, please. Yeah. No?
Here? Yeah. Sorry, just to complement the first question, I forgot to mention that in the force to comply with international regulations, since our personal data law from 2008, Uruguay had made efforts to become an adequate country, and in 2012, Uruguay became an adequate country, and that's complied with the GDPR. But also, Uruguay has become the first non-member country of the Convention 108 from the Council of Europe. So that shows how we are trying to position in the world as a country adequate to host personal data, not only for our citizens, but also for foreign citizens in our country.
Thank you so much. Time is up. So our key messages are: adopt the international standards, balance them with the local regulations, and also use the technology like artificial intelligence to monitor your enforcement and compliance. Thank you so much.
So we're at our mid-morning. Before we go on a break, we have very exciting things. His Highness will be coming shortly. He'll be attending. I was just told he'll be arriving shortly to the Future Museum. But before we start that, right now up next, we have a provoking fireside chat with the fortune of data sovereignty in the cloud, warmly welcoming our speakers to the stage, Ian Witcher and Quentin Gummer.
Hello?
There's a lot of people. Good morning, everyone. With my colleague Ian, and we are going to introduce ourselves very, very shortly. We are going to talk about the future of data sovereignty. I think that's a topic that was discussed in the 2 previous panels. And that's, I think, when it comes to cloud computing and when it comes to the future of cloud computing, one of the biggest challenge, or at least one of the main challenge that governments and public sector entities are facing. The problem is with this approach is, I don't know how many we are today in the room, but let's assume we are maybe 100, slightly more than that. If I ask you, what does it mean, data sovereignty? What is data sovereignty? How a country or a government can say, okay, I am sovereign from a data standpoint. If we have 100 people here and I ask every one of you, what does it mean? I'm sure I'm going to have at least 100 definitions. And that's something that we're going to try to address today, very humbly, not necessarily giving a definition of data sovereignty, but at least having a better understanding. So my name is Quentin. I have the humble privilege to lead cybersecurity and compliance at Google Cloud for the Middle East, Turkey, and Africa region. I've been working with policymakers, authorities, and regulators on many security and compliance challenges, including data sovereignty. And I am with my peer, Ian.
Hello, my name is Ian Wachters. It's an honor to be here with you. I'm from a company called Roseman Labs, and we develop privacy-enhancing technology. And my role here today for you is to enlighten you on what privacy-enhancing technology is and how that can help you to reap the benefits of cloud computing. More to come.
Thank you very much, Ian. So before we deep dive into the topic of data sovereignty, I think it's very important to focus on why do government, public sector entities, and private sector entities migrate to the cloud? His Excellency said it during the panel this morning. Yes, moving to the cloud really help in accelerating with innovation. We cloud provider provide to our customers services or set of services that they can leverage for their businesses and accelerate innovation and innovate. And of course, the scale of that, right? If I am a very, very big public sector entity or a very, very big bank, I know that I have to process a lot of requests, a lot of data. I will need to have very strong network connections. And today, the hyperscalers are capable of providing that, on top of having some of the higher security standards and practices that you can find in the industry. And another, let's say, topic that is also important for some hyperscalers customers is sustainability. Most of the hyperscalers and cloud providers today invest a lot in making sure that they provide a green cloud approach.
If I may add to that, Quentin, you mentioned innovation. And innovation these days means using data. And using data does not just mean using your own data. I mean, especially these days, innovation means using data from different sources. That means you need to be able to collaborate. That becomes a lot easier when your data is in the cloud. If everybody has his data on-premise, it's actually very, very difficult to use each other's data.
So, now let's talk a little bit about data sovereignty. And
Are you gonna give a definition now?
We're gonna try.
Are you gonna explain to us what it is?
We're gonna try. I've had the privilege to discuss with many customers and authorities about this topic and to really try to understand what does it mean. In the previous panel, the Admiral tried to propose a definition, and I think it's a very good step into having a definition of data sovereignty, which is basically controlling who has access to your data. We had discussion yesterday about his definition and his approach. I think it's a very good step, maybe not the one that I would pick without saying that I can propose a data sovereignty, but basically most of the time when we discuss data sovereignty with customers...
Sorry, His Highness just has arrived, so if you just give us a couple of minutes. Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, His Highness is arriving shortly. اسمه الشيخ منصور بن محمد بن راشد المكتوم. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Chairman of Dubai Ports and Board Security Council, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, esteemed guests, and visionaries. And I am honored to welcome you to the Global Government Cloud Forum 2025. We would like now to present a short video before welcoming on stage our presenters with the World Bank Group.
ألقي نظرة حولك. هنا في هذه اللحظة أنت جزء من شيء أكبر. لأول مرة في سنوات تعاوننا نتخطى الحواجز لنجتمع في مدينة تمثل الإمكانيات اللامحدودة لطموح الإنسان. معا نتصور عالما تنتقل فيه المعلومات بسرعة أكبر من القرارات، حيث يتدفق الابتكار كالسحب التي تعلو سماءنا، وتصل الحلول التحولية إلى كل زاوية من عالمنا المشترك. هذا ليس الغد، إنه اليوم، هنا في المنتدى العالمي الحكومي للحوسبة السحابية. حان الوقت لنلتفت إلى المستقبل ونحول الإمكانيات إلى استراتيجيات معا.
It is my pleasure now to welcome Mr. João Ricardo to the World Bank Group to esteemed collaboration and partners with the Global Government Cloud Forum. Mr. João, to the stage.
So, hello, Good morning, everybody. So as mentioned, my name is João Ricardo Vasconcelos. It's really a pleasure to be here. And let me, of course, give a big thanks to all the participants here, namely to His Highness, and it's really great to be here. So what I'll try to do very shortly is to give you here an overview about the work that we do in the World Bank, why we are here, and about this important event that we are also developing around cloud computing. So as you can understand, and I don't need to convince here the audience, the digital transformation and digital transition is here. So it's in the way that we work, it's the way that we connect with people, that we relate with each other, so it's omnipresent right now. But what we also feel, and that we receive from our countries, is that public governance is fundamental in this time of digital transition. So you need to have governments on board, namely to tackle a technology as disruptive as cloud computing. And as it was mentioned in previous presentations, it's really everywhere. So the way that we interact with our mobile phone, that we use our computer, even when we use our TV, the technology of cloud computing is out there, and that's why we are doing such a big work to make sure that it works to everybody, and that governments can navigate this revolution underway. And the benefits of this technology are, of course, very diverse. So it allows governments to leapfrog, benefits in terms of efficiency and resilience, but there are also challenges, as it was presented by different colleagues here. There are issues of security, there are issues of privacy that we need to consider, there are issues of data sovereignty, and from the perspective of government, and this is one of the big points that I would like to highlight, is how can we make sure that there is governance around this transition. So what kind of institutional arrangements that you need to have in mind? How can we make sure that an institutional arrangement that is used by Uruguay can also be useful to countries that are in a different stage of digital government development, or from the UAE, or from Indonesia, or from India. So that's the role that we do in terms of World Bank Group, is making sure that this knowledge is shared among everyone. And with the big support that we received from the government of Dubai and from the UAE, we were able right now to meet for the first time in person and bring together our working group on cloud computing. So for this 2.5 days, we've been here in Dubai discussing different solutions that governments can adopt, building on the experience of different countries and stakeholders that are represented in the working group, and also focusing, and this is important, on the future of cloud computing. So where we are right now and where we are heading in short. Yesterday, we were able to organize, I think, quite interesting design thinking workshop. The purpose was really with the working group members, with the different country representatives, but also from the private sector, the academia, the civil society, to discuss where we are going and in different dimensions. It could be in terms of sustainability, so how a technology like cloud computing can make sure that the digital transition, but also the green transition, is navigated in a good way. But also issues of data protection, data sovereignty, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. So this was what brought us together yesterday. And we had this design thinking workshop yesterday with our working group members, focused on a very concrete output. That is, based on the discussions that we had, we will produce during the next months a World Bank note on the future of cloud computing. we are benefiting from the big support and financial support from the government of Dubai, and we are thankful for that. And we are also thankful to the experience of the different working group members that will contribute, that will help us to think, to come up with a note that is very implementation driven in this area, and that can be used by anybody. And any government around the world. But when we discuss this kind of issues, GovTech issues, cloud computing issues, there are two domains that we need to have in mind. One, to navigate this transition and this revolution that we have underway, we need to consider the importance of multilateralism here. And when I mean multilateralism, I mean the capacity of having different governments with different backgrounds, from different contexts and different levels of development to have around the table and make sure that everybody has a word to say on this. Making sure that countries that are more advanced in their digital journey can share their experience with countries that are starting or not so advanced in their digital journey. So that's one thing in terms of multilateralism, and the World Bank, of course, is here to support this push. On the other hand, let's also have in mind questions of multi-stakeholder engagement. So if you want to discuss cloud computing in the public sector, you need, of course, the experience of the public sector, but you also need to go beyond that. You need to bring on board the private sector, the academia, the civil society. You cannot afford just counting on government expertise, but you need to go beyond that. And let me give you a taste about what the World Bank is doing in this area. And first, let me also be a little bit provocative, because when we think about GovTech and when we think about digital government, sometimes we tend to think about the bits and bytes, the technology, the ICT that is within it. So guess what? And let me underline this very well. GovTech is not about technology. It's not about bits and bytes. It's actually much more about people, about settings, about how you can make sure that there is what we call a whole of government approach to navigate this digital transition underway. And this has different components. So, when the World Bank embraced several years ago, but more recently in a cross-cutting way, our work and launched our GovTech program in this area, we understood GovTech as the latest generation of digital government. So being able to make sure that when public sectors around the world are navigating this transition and this revolution, they can do it in a coherent and sustainable way. And having in mind the multi-stakeholder approach that I mentioned previously, we've brought together different partners from government, from the academia, from the civil society, from the private sector. And right now, the GovTech Global Partnership has over 100 partners. Several of them are here. And we build on this experience, developing policies in this area. Also, on this GovTech Global Partnership that we are having right now, and that is one of our main priorities. To give you an idea, so we focused on questions, and we have dimensions like analytics, for instance. So we produce a lot of knowledge on very different GovTech domains. It could be, for instance, on cloud computing. It could be on interoperability. It could be on service delivery. It could be on the link between green and digital, so the digital transformation and the green transformation underway. So different materials that you can find around, and of course that we are disseminating broadly. Second point, we focused also on data, and data being fundamental here. As it was mentioned previously, our GovTech Maturity Index is an index that measures GovTech maturity in 198 countries. It has already 2 editions. The third edition is being prepared right now, and it's a critical tool to make sure that when you look at what countries are doing in this area, you can be based on different dimensions and indicators, in this case 48 indicators, that go from core government systems, how governments are performing in terms of public service delivery, citizen engagement, and of course GovTech enablers that can go from digital identity, for instance, or even the institutional arrangements that are underway. We also develop, and that's our work as World Bank, a lot of operational work, and we are supporting directly through the GovTech Global Partnership different countries in this area, and also in very different domains that can go from public financial management, public administration reform, issues of anti-corruption. So countries can count on us on this. We also have an important work in terms of convening. I think this forum is a good example about this. But let me also highlight, and it was already mentioned, so 2 years ago in 2023, we organized the first GovTech Global Forum. It took place in Washington, D.C., bringing around the table all our partners. So over 70 countries were there representative. And please save the date. The next GovTech Global Forum will take place on June 27 to 29 in Washington, D.C. It will be also a continuation of the work that we are doing here with the cloud computing working group. So you are obviously all invited. So mark your agendas on this. Specifically working on more technical levels. So we have different GovTech working groups. So we have one on mobile government, cloud computing, interoperability, and artificial intelligence. So the one on cloud computing is one of the first ones that was launched. And the purpose of this working groups is really knowledge sharing and community building. So making sure that its members can meet regularly, can build on the experience of each other's, and can also benefit from implementation-oriented policies that are being used in different contexts. We also make them quite country-driven, and that's why, for instance, in the case of the cloud computing working group, we have Singapore and we have the UAE as co-chairs of this big effort. Into its mission, specifically on the cloud computing working group, as it was mentioned, 27 governments, private sector, and organizations that are brought together here. And I think the Cloud Computing Working Group, thanks to the support of the UAE and the government of Dubai, is giving a good example about how to bring together all these energies and collaboration in this area. And look up, here are the governments, the different international organizations, the private sector stakeholders that are part of our working group, and it's still growing. And I'm sure that we will leave here Dubai with even more partners on board. To finalize, and because we want to, the purpose of the work that we do is also to come up with very tangible outputs. So we launched 2 years ago a first how-to note on cloud computing in the public sector that is available online and that you can download it freely. And as mentioned, one of the biggest outputs that we are expecting from this forum that we are organizing right now is the development of a World Bank note on the future of cloud computing. So we are building on the experience that are being developed here to come up with this new note. As a summary and to finalize, these are, let's say, some of the mantras that we would like to really underline and to share with you. One, always have in mind that GovTech, and specifically cloud computing, it's about people, it's about settings. So let's have in mind that it's not about technology. let's also have in mind that if you want to develop this, you need to partner with academia, with the civil society, with different private stakeholders, and always have in mind, besides this multi-stakeholder approach, the potential of being multilateral here. So bringing countries that have different experience and different levels of development here. From our side, from the World Bank part, and with the support of our different partners, namely from the UAE, namely from the government of Dubai, we are deeply committed on this effort. So thank you for coming, and happy to follow up on any conversation that you would like to have. Thank you.
Great, insightful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And of course, I would like to thank His Highness for being here today. It was a pleasure. It was an honor. And we're going to continue on our panel from the previous speakers from before. And then after that, we will be going to a break. So, of course, Mr. Ian and Quinton, if you could come back to the stage, please. Thank you so much.
Great. So let's get back to data sovereignty and trying to work with Ian on finding what are the specifics of data sovereignty and how we can help public sector entities, governments, but also sometimes private sector entities and companies to address this topic. If we engage with customers and governments, regulators, etc., and we really deep dive into the topic of data sovereignty, at the end of the day, it's extremely hard to find specific criteria that fall under the topic of data sovereignty. We will 99.9% of the time address the topic throughout security or compliance controls, topics that already exist at all of the hyperscalers, all of the cloud providers, but also at all the technology vendors. So if we really try to deep dive into what does data sovereignty means and how we can try to consider, let's say, a country or a government to say, I am sovereign from a data standpoint, there are some very, very specifics. One of them is to consider that from an economical standpoint, I share values with my ecosystem, that I can trust my ecosystem, I can trust my cloud provider. And this is where we have a slight difference between security and compliance and trust. How do we gain trust? How do we achieve trust? Yes, there are many ways. One of them is security certifications, for example. We know that all of the hyperscalers have a very long list of security certifications. But is it really enough to say, I can trust the people who have access to my data? I can trust my cloud provider. And another topic, when we really engage on the data, on the topic of data sovereignty, is to consider the geopolitical discussions that exist between countries, between governments, being able to understand that we have cloud providers that may have a very specific nationality. Is this country where the cloud provider is coming from a trusted country from my country? Those are the types of questions that today governments and public sector entities tend to ask to make sure that their data is secure and safe. So if we move on a little bit, like I said, we have this topic of security and compliance that covers many of the criteria for all of the government and public sector entities. But it goes beyond data protection. It goes beyond the, triad confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It really goes beyond data protection. We can take this sort of example where we have this capability from data sovereignty where we know where the data is, we have some sort of data localization requirements, we have operational sovereignty where basically we know who is doing what from where, from a cloud provider standpoint. We have had customers asking us to work toward the nationality of the people that will provide the support, for example, for our customers. And finally, to try to achieve slightly more than data sovereignty, but at the end of the day, digital sovereignty, what we call software sovereignty. Basically, the capability to not be locked into one specific vendor or one specific solution. And finally, before asking some help to my colleague on deep diving further into that, I would try to summarize data sovereignty by saying, I know where my data is, and I'm capable of choosing where my data is. I had a lot of discussions with many people on why do we need data localization? Why do you need to have your data in the country? If you really try to ask this question and you deep dive into the specifics, into the technical controls that exist at the hyperscalers, I challenge you to give me one reason why we need data in a specific country. And I'm very happy to take the bet, but you have to be open to deep dive into all the controls that exist, into the risks. We need to have a risk-based approach. Either we are talking about security and compliance or we are talking about sovereignty. And at the end of the day, when we talk about data protection, we talk about encryption. The difficulty that we are facing today is that we have two main ways of encrypting data. What we call data at rest, so my data is there, it's on a hard drive, if someone pulls the hard drive, this person is going to see only encrypted data. And encryption in transit. Encryption in transit means when I send my data from point A to point B, no one else than me or the receiver can see the data. But what about other capabilities? What about if I want to collaborate? What about when I'm using my data? What if I say I want to encrypt my data every time? I don't want my cloud provider to see my data. But if your cloud provider cannot see your data, then do you really leverage cloud for innovation? And that's what we are trying to discuss today with Ian.
And I'll take you beyond today's encryption technology. As Quentin said, encryption in transit, encryption at rest is what we all know. What is new today, and what I will talk about, is encryption in use. Imagine I have a data set that is encrypted. I'm going to use it because I'm going to look for a record. So I'm going to do a search. For the techies, I'm going to do a query. Imagine that you can do that query without unencrypting the data. So the data remains encrypted while I analyze it. That means the data in there is safe. The only thing that you get out is the outcome. Now, that sounds maybe a little bit science fiction, but it isn't. This technology exists. And why is it useful? Well, there's three reasons why this, as we call it, encrypted computing, which is part of privacy-enhancing technologies, is useful. The first one is data minimization. Because rather than sharing all your data with the party that wants to use that data, whether that's your own employees or a partner in business, I don't need to share the data. I only share the result of a certain query or analysis on that data. Second, I, as a data owner or a data controller, decide which queries are allowed. So I keep full control over what my data is used for. We call that purpose binding. And last but not least, This is an extreme form of encryption. It's not the traditional encryption. It's an encryption that is actually quantum proof. So if you want to prepare for the era of quantum computing, you might as well consider to use this type of encryption. And the people that know privacy regulation will recognize that the first 2 points, data minimization, purpose binding, are very important when it comes to privacy. So this technology is very powerful when you want to process privacy-sensitive data. So what does it give you? As I said, it's more secure because you don't need to expose your data. Only the outcome of the usage of the data is exposed. And you, as a data owner, control that. Second, it allows you to set up new collaboration models because you can partner now with other organizations, whether that is government organizations or private organizations or public-private collaboration, and you can leverage your data and the data of others beyond your own organization, which, of course, drives innovation. And that's what we're here for. Use the cloud to drive innovation, but not just the cloud, also the data that is on the cloud. Now, to give you just 2 very quick examples of where this is being used, because this is not science fiction. As I said, I'm from the Netherlands. I'm from a company that develops this technology, and one of our clients is a large municipality. They use it for a public-private partnership between the municipality and daycare centers for children. They monitor the development of young children. They can correlate their own data with the data from the daycare center. They can run analysis about progress of these children, but without ever seeing the sensitive details of those children. But they can use the data. Another example is the National Cybersecurity Center of the Netherlands. They were struggling to collect highly sensitive cyber threat intel from organizations in the Netherlands. Nobody wanted to share that information because that was too sensitive. Now they're using this technology. They can collect that data. They cannot see the data, but they can do the analysis on the data. They can see the trends. They can see what new types of modus operandi are popping up, whether certain types of attacks are in certain industries, but they can never see the underlying data provided by the organization. Well, I hope this has given you a bit of inspiration of what the future cloud could look like, how you can use cloud technology and these technologies to really make a next step, not just in security, but also in innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very happy to take any question, if we have any question, or to continue the discussion during the break or during the day. Thank you.
Feel free to come up to us and have a chat if you are intrigued by this technology.
Very interesting. It is a very interesting morning, and like I said, there is a lot of dynamic stuff. But now, before we get you to go out, we'll have one more speaker, then we'll break to give you some time to network, have a coffee, and just to relax for a bit, because again, we are talking about data. There is a lot of data. So, of course, now, very excited. Next esteemed speaker is a co-chair of the World Government Tech Cloud Computing Networking Group, presenting computing studies and successful cloud implementation. Please welcome Sao Ming, Director, Core Engineering Products, GovTech, Singapore.
Hello, good day, good evening for those listening online. My name is Xiaoming Chia. I'm Director of Core Engineering Products from GovTech Singapore. And maybe before I start my presentation, I just want to convey my thanks to the government of Dubai, the Dubai Electronic Security Center, the World Bank Group, as well as the partners for having me and for your great hospitality. It's my first time in Dubai as well, in fact to the UAE, and I'm really enjoying myself a lot. So I will spend the next 20 minutes or so giving a brief history of cloud adoption journey in the Singapore government. I will also talk about 2 case studies which will cover some of the cloud benefits that many of the speakers and panelists have already spoken about, but in a little bit of detail. And last but not least, I will talk a little bit about some of the enablers that I feel were important during the cloud adoption journey for the Singapore government. So I'll start by showing a picture of Mr. Lee Hsien Loong. Mr. Lee is Senior Minister of Singapore and was formerly Prime Minister. So for him, back in October 2018, he was the one who made the announcement that the Singapore government should start exploring the cloud and doing a push to move systems over to the cloud. I wanted to show this because this actually has quite a lot of significance for us, because it means that senior levels of government are basically behind the cloud adoption move, and it really made things a lot easier for people at the agency and at GovTech who were trying to execute the cloud migration, the cloud adoption. So where are we right now? So we started October 2018, and we have been making steady progress towards moving systems and, of course, developing new systems on the cloud. And the figure that you see here is FY23, and it stands at 76%, but we have since, of course, surpassed that, and actually we are closer, in fact, exceeded 80% when my colleague pinged me yesterday. So our initial target was to move 70% of eligible systems. And what I meant by eligible, it means systems of a certain data classification. We were, of course, cognizant that not everything can be moved over to commercial cloud, but we tried our very best to classify systems correctly so that they are part of this set of eligible systems. And like previously mentioned by the panelists from the Dubai government, we also had a cloud-first policy. And that meant that new systems who have to decide to go on cloud before they consider other options. So we are 6 years into our journey, our cloud adoption journey. And like I mentioned earlier, we have moved about 80% of systems over to the cloud. And we had built a cloud platform, which is one of the enablers that I will talk about later, which is now serving 63 government agencies. Well over 5,000 cloud accounts, and more than 2,000 engineers, both in the government as well as the vendors who help to build these government projects, have access to this cloud platform. And through this journey, I think we were also very fortunate to build great partnerships with the three major cloud service providers that you can see here: AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. And this is actually very important because we don't want to just do business with the cloud service providers. We actually want to partner so that we can help them innovate, help them think about how their services can help from the public sector perspective. And last but not least, when it comes to issues that we need their help with or training that we need them to help us with, then they will be very ready to assist us with that. So this partnership portion is actually quite important. All right, now I will talk about the first case study, which is the school learning system from our Ministry of Education. So the school learning system is basically a collaborative tool that was developed in order to help students do learning virtually, as well as in the classroom, assisted by lessons plans that are drawn up by the teachers and put into the system. It currently serves about 427,000 students, over 380 schools and 42,000 teachers. So it's quite a big system. So what is the significance of cloud to the school learning system then? I think if we rewind back in time to 2020, I'm sure many of you still remember the hardships that all of you have to suffer through during the COVID pandemic. And for the school learning system, this meant that students who used to be able to go to school are now unable to do so, and because they have to stay at home. And what cloud-enabled school learning system to achieve, and school learning system was originally built on the cloud, was that it enabled school learning system to scale very rapidly. Before the COVID pandemic, the systems were tested up to 100,000 concurrent logins. And when the home-based learning, which is when the lockdown started and when students have to do their classroom sessions at home, cloud enabled rapid scale to 300,000 concurrent logins, and that was done very quickly and very efficiently. And 1 year later, after some time running the school learning system and all that, basically we recorded up to 253,000 concurrent logins. And having school learning system hosted on the cloud also meant that while the school learning system was running, we have access to a lot of rich monitoring data that the CSPs provided, which then also meant that if the school learning system have any issues, outages, this monitoring data can quickly help to diagnose what is wrong and bring the system back up online. So this is another advantage. Then to year 2022 and until now, the school learning system has been around for a number of years. It is now very well prepared in the event that home-based learning has to start again. And actually every release is tested, every new version of the software is tested for up to 3,000 concurrent logins. Also very importantly is that the use of the cloud also enabled the school learning system to create new features. Previous speakers have talked about generative AI and its impact across the government. So for a system like the school learning system, that is no exception. So today, generative AI hosted by the cloud is being used to enable a lot of new features that allows teachers to generate lessons planned as a learning assistant for students through a chat interface. And of course, very importantly for teachers, to provide AI-assisted grading of tests and to provide feedback about the answers to the students. So without these enablers from the cloud, it would have taken a longer time to create these kind of generative AI services by ourselves. So in summary, there are three advantages that cloud provided for the school learning system. So I spoke about rapid scalability. In the cloud, you do not have to own infrastructure. And most of the time, scaling up is just a matter of a few clicks. And there's also no upfront cost of keeping the hardware as you scale. And of course, if you need to scale down, then that's also easily done as well. The other one is ease of monitoring. Workloads in the cloud and the services that it uses are heavily monitored, and a lot of monitoring data is available so that you can improve your system uptime and use that to diagnose issues. Then I mentioned about the use of generative AI. So I think speakers before me have also talked about how cloud accelerates innovation. So the use of cloud-native services really cuts down the development time, and in a way, it also encourages developers to keep thinking about new features to offer because it's much easier to do so on the cloud than if they were to set things up by themselves. I would move on to another use case, which is our Apex API Gateway. So this is a product from GovTech. The Apex API Gateway was originally an on-premise system, and what it did was that it is basically an API hub for agencies to publish their APIs on, and then for other agency systems to consume, as well as the applications that they develop, both on the web as well as on the mobile phone. So you will notice on the diagram there that I drew a little dotted box around communication, because Apex is actually one of the communication layer components in the Singapore government technology stack, another enabler that I will talk about near the end of my presentation. So today, Apex serves about 100 million APIs every month, and it covers G2C, G2G, and as well as G2B. So it serves businesses, citizens, as well as other government agencies. So what did cloud help Apex with? I mentioned earlier that Apex was hosted on-prem previously, and as you can imagine, the cost of maintaining and buying this hardware to be racked up in our data center is quite a lot. And not only that, you will need a large group of operators in order to keep maintaining the hardware, to do patching and all that. And this resulted in a smaller investment in the development of features for the API gateway. So when Apex decided to move to the cloud, immediately the cost of infrastructure dropped. And because cloud infrastructure is basically maintained by the cloud service providers, there was less of a need to have a large force of operators. And what that resulted in was that it allowed the team to pivot resources into development, basically building more features to enhance the capabilities of Apex. And net-net, if you compare the cost and the run rate of Apex on-prem to Apex Cloud, there was also a reduction of 13 million Singapore dollars down to 7 million Singapore dollars. And lastly, because Apex moved onto the cloud and re-architected the way that the application was hosted, there was also an increase in the service availability. Back then in on-premise, we did not have the budget in order to have a lot of redundant hardware for disaster recovery, and generally our availability was around 95 to 99%. But with the move to cloud and the use of these modern hosting methods and the fact that scaling and resiliency is easily handled on the cloud, we have now able to achieve at least 99.5% in terms of serviceability. And many months, which I checked the monitoring data, we even exceeded 99.9. So this is one of the advantages that cloud gave Apex. So in summary, we looked at three things. So cost reduction, which is very obvious because there's no longer a need to own infrastructure compared to on-premise setups. So there was a cost reduction there that was then diverted to help accelerate development. Then the use of cloud also means that we can modernize the way that we host. So we moved Apex on-prem from a virtualized environment using virtual machines over to Amazon EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. And that had the net effect of also modernizing the system design, so it was easier to continue to add features and capabilities to the platform. Then last but not least, cloud services are generally more resilient and reliable than perhaps anything that you could create on-premise. And it makes it a lot easier for systems to become more resilient and more secure because of the use of these cloud services. So I'll take a few more minutes just to cover some of the enablers. Earlier in my presentation, I talked about the platform that we built that was being used by the 63 government agencies, of which there are more than 5,000 cloud accounts, and that platform is the Government on Commercial Cloud. So the Government on Commercial Cloud is a platform developed by GovTech. It is a wrapper around the three major CSPs, AWS, Azure, and Google. And it serves basically four functions. Number one is to make it easy for government agencies to be able to get a cloud account. The system also made sure that things like billing and subscription management are handled so that agencies do not have to deal with paying the cloud service providers by themselves. We will bill them automatically. Then the other part which the cloud platform provider is actually building governance policy and data residency protection. So we have developed a set of control policies that we baked into every account that is issued by the platform so that there is at least a baseline level of security and assurance when you get an account through the Government on Commercial Cloud. And then we have monitoring, logging, and jump hosts, which is basically the way that you access your cloud workloads. So when you vend an account using Government on Commercial Cloud, logging and monitoring is centralized and piped to the government SOC and SIEM so that you don't have to spend that effort to do it yourself. And we also use modern methods to access the virtual machines so that you do not need to go down to a data center, for example, just to access your cloud workloads. You can do that in any government office today. Then lastly, the Government on Commercial Cloud also provided connectivity back to the Singapore government's intranet so that workloads hosted on the Government on Commercial Cloud can continue to access and interface with systems that are developed inside the government intranet. So I've talked about the platform. Now how about other technology enablers? I mentioned briefly about Apex as a case study just now. So Apex is actually part of a larger group of engineering tools and platforms that are built by GovTech that is called the Singapore Government Technology Stack. So as you can see from the slide, it consists of various tools like Shipheads, which is basically continuous integration, continuous delivery that developers can use in order to build their software pipelines and deploy their workloads. We also have container as a service, which we call Container Stack. And then we have StackOps, which is for centralized logging and monitoring. And then lastly, Seed, which is endpoint protection, or rather machines that the developers would use in order to access their development services as well as the Government on Commercial Cloud. So this is more on the developer side of things. These are tools and services that help them to do development on the cloud faster. Then, of course, we have NDI, which stands for National Digital Identity. Many of you must have heard of SingPass. So SingPass is also one of the services that's part of the Singapore Government Technology Stack, so that agencies don't have to reinvent the wheel and create their own identity management system every time they create a web service. And then we have WOGA, which is Whole of Government Application Analytics, that allows government websites to be monitored for their reliability, for their accessibility, as well as to make sure that they fit certain standards where digital design is concerned, design systems are concerned in the government. And then we have the Singapore government design system, which is actually a set of libraries and all that, which actually helps them to conform to the digital service standards that I mentioned earlier. All right, lastly, I think one of the big enablers for cloud adoption, of course, is people, processes, and practice. As with any technology migration, it's not just about tools and platforms, it's also about the people portion of things. And what GovTech did was that we assembled a forward-deployed team of cloud specialists who would then go into the various agencies to actually help them with cloud adoption. So some of the things that the team did, of course, would be technical consulting. They provided cloud training or worked with the cloud service providers to provide that training. And of course, they also built tools for individual agencies to help them get on cloud faster. And last but not least, and management likes this, right, they also helped us to track the state of cloud adoption across the government. All right, with that, this is my last slide. So over the 2 days, I had the pleasure of speaking and discussing with a lot of delegates, and everyone basically said that cloud adoption is a strategic necessity that the public sector really needs to take on, and it's going to shape the way that the government operates as well as the digital services that it creates. And I think for myself, every government, of course, would move at its own pace and would have differences in the percentage of the systems that they move onto cloud. But to totally ignore cloud adoption, I think would be too great an opportunity cost for any public sector to bear. So I think this is probably something that everyone, hopefully, in this room agrees to. And with that, thank you for listening. Have a great rest of the conference.
So yes, I know it's been a long morning. It's a lot of stuff to take in, but now we're going to take around a 20-minute break. So please go outside, have some coffee, network, have a chat, and get ready, because there's a lot more exciting things happening later on in the day. So thank you so much.
maintenant, quand después de
this is ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the next session. Everyone who are outside, I request them all to come back into the room so we can get started. Thank you very much. I repeat, everyone who's outside, please join us back to get started with the next session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you who are here, try to be in the middle so that when others are arriving, they can be easily seated on this side. As you know, the auditorium seating is a little bit tricky. So if I request you all to get more into the middle, please. Thank you. Thank you. Khalid? 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 Over to you.
So welcome back, everybody. It's great to have you back in the hall. And you know, there's still more things happening. We're going to have lunch later on in the day. So again, a little bit more networking, and you can have a chat with other people and, you know, brainstorm and, you know, find out what interesting is going on. But to get back into it, please welcome our next speaker, representing esteemed gold sponsor, Durad Zawani, Chief Operating Officer of the Investment Corporation Dubai, will deliver keynote elevating corporate governance and to the power of the cloud, accountability, innovation. Please give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's a bit difficult to come back after a break, no? Especially when you have such good food outside. But okay, we'll try. Good afternoon, dear guest, esteemed colleague. It's a real pleasure and an honor to be with you this afternoon. And I would like to thank DESC and in collaboration with the World Bank for giving me this opportunity to address the group, and I will take the next few minutes to share with you a couple of thoughts about the importance of governance and how innovation, technology, and in that case we'll talk a little bit about the cloud, can be used as exceptional leverage to enhance this governance and to reach, if we can, governance excellence. Because it's all about that. It's about excellence. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President of the UAE, Prime Minister and ruler of Dubai, said, I always say to my team, in the race for excellence, there is no finish line. And I would say for the governance, the same thing. We try to go for excellence, but it's a continuous fight and work to improve further and further. Now, this excellence comes first from I'm a little bit far from the cloud conversation, but we'll come to it. Excellence comes first from commitment. That's how much you want to do something, how willing you are, how much you want to do something. And this is part of value an organization, a government organization, private company should have, like we have excellence, commitment. But the fact that you want something as much as that doesn't make you deliver it. What goes with commitment to deliver this excellence we're talking about, on my few years of, more than a few years, maybe decades, of professional experience, I always come to this operational excellence. Operational excellence is made of three key things, three key pillars: people, governance, and then innovation and technology. I told you, we come into it. People is the base of everything. The only wealth you have is people. These are the ones bringing you the creativity, the idea, the energy, the commitment I was talking about, the alignment to go with you, and if you have any big project or you deliver, whatever you have to deliver in your organization, you need to have the people with you. No, this is an African proverb I like very much. I say this to my team very often. If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So having the people with you, that brings you everything. And one of the colleagues earlier talked about the importance of people, and that's still the core of everything we do. The second one is governance. Now, often governance is seen, perceived as this kind of, how to call it, bureaucratic, boring processes, policies, delivered by back office people with the objective to slow down the business and to put obstacle to the creativity. No? Wrong. Completely wrong. Governance is at the core of everything we do in any organization. If I take the, as an example, by the way, the UK Governance Code, it defines governance as systems by which you direct and control an organization. Direct an organization, that means you define the strategy, you define the vision, you define the direction. And then the policies, the processes, the procedures that will help you to deliver on this objective, on this vision you have. This is how to direct an organization. And then you control an organization, because once you have these policies, procedure, and everything, and this vision, you need to check that what you said you're going to do is happening, that your people are doing it, and that is delivering the result you expect to deliver. That means you'll be able to measure, to monitor, to make analysis on the result you're delivering. And you understand that if you have a proper governance, then you have everything. It's really, and I'm going very far from the cloud, but I will come to the cloud, don't worry. If you do proper governance on any organization you have, you can deliver at least, I would say, 90% of what you have to deliver. 90. It's tremendous. I mean, we start a year and said, okay, I have to do this year, and I know by doing exactly what I'm supposed to do, I deliver 90%. It's great. And then to come to the 100, maybe 120, 130, then you need the people. We come back to the people. I give you, I don't know how much time, I hope they will not cut the micro for me. I give you an example. It's something I was reading a couple of months ago. I also shared it with my team. It's a nice, interesting example. There is an airport in the world that for the last 30 years, from the construction of this airport in 1994, it's in Osaka in Japan, they have never lost one piece of luggage, ever. The only one in the world. So the people, they went to there and said, how come? How did you do that? And they said, we come to work every day. We follow the rule. We follow the processes. We do what we're supposed to do. And we deliver that. And because the Japanese are very, very polite people, they said, we apologize for not giving you a better answer. Real. So you see governance at the core of everything. And we are talking here about governance entity, ministry, delivering service to clients. The toughest client, someone was talking about the citizen very often, that have maybe doubt or trust on the quality of the service that sometimes delivered by government in different countries. So if you do proper governance, you do it all. Now the question is, on the services we deliver, on the work we do, on the objective we have to deliver services to the citizen, to a full country, or to the sector, or whatever, we live in a world that's becoming more and more complex, that is global, that things happening 1,000 miles from you have an impact on what you're doing. That the quantity of data and information that you receive or that exists somewhere else in the world can impact what you're doing. Because the citizens you serve are more and more demanding. The requests are tougher and tougher. Why, by the way? Because they can compare to what's happening in other parts of the world, saying, oh, yes, I was expecting this, but I would like to have this now. Because not only the nature of the requirement are different, but the quantity. If you deliver 1,000 hours of service, maybe the following day they don't need 1,000 hours, they need only 5 hours service. So how if you have an organization and infrastructure that is sized, aligned with 1,000 hours instead of 500 hours? Then because you have security now, cyber security. You know, when I was a kid, you know, watching this movie where you have people going attacking a bank, a branch of a bank with gun and thing, and going the way with a few $1,000, maybe $100,000, maybe $1 million. But it's nothing. I mean, for that bank, maybe they have 200 branches, maybe have 1,000 branches. So in one day, how much money they have on that day? Nothing. But now today they go, we're talking about system, from a desk and attack and directly the system of that bank and going with million, if not billion. Then we have another point that we are all that is not one meeting, that we don't talk about this AI, that will transform completely the way we do things. That is based, by the way, on data. So how much data you can have yourself and your servers, and how much data you need to have access to, because the core of it is your data. I mean, you have anything that come from AI from other people, but also in your own organization, you have this quality of data and the quantity of data. Then I can add one more thing, and then we're done when we come to the technology, hopefully. We hope all, especially for me, leaving to our kids a better planet, and we go for this net zero by 2050, not having more than 1.5% growth of the temperature in the world. But if we use all this technology, there is cost, definitely, but there is energy that delivers this technology. So how we can have it sustainable? Now, we understand to do this, and so in the core, being the governance, we said, yes, we're going to focus on it. Clear? I hope it's clear. I try to share with you the importance of governance. Then I will do it through technology and innovation. I will not do it without innovation technology. No way. I mean, I cannot do it by paper. I can do it clear. Fine. But some organizations said, okay, I'm going to put people, resources, money, and I deliver the best technology, and I do it in-house. You know, it's in-house, it's better. But what is your objective? Your objective is your core business. You need to spend your time, your money, your resources on delivering what you're supposed to deliver. And as a word of expert, you need to be very good on what you do. And it happened that on this technology, this innovation that is required, there are people that is their job. They know it better than you because this is their job, like you are very good in your job. So going and partnering with others that can bring you this support when you focus on what is important for you, your core business, makes a lot of sense. And then you understand that technology, yes, there is partner doing that. Partnering, someone talked about partnering, and you come to the cloud and you can say, okay, how much infrastructure do I need? When my requirement, the requirement of my client, my citizen are changing every day. So maybe I can have an infrastructure as a service from someone. Then my capability of computing things, I need this, but I don't need it tomorrow. How much things, you know, they have this salary day, you know, the 30th of the month I need per salary, and then boom, I don't need anything for another 15 days. So I have the platform as a service. Then I can have the software as a service. Then we have security, SOC, you know, Service Operation Center, and you can have service provider deliver you security through the cloud. Then you have business continuity. If you put so much emphasis and reliance on the technology, what if my technology is downtown? What do I do? How can I have disaster recovery remotely? I can have it through the cloud. And then I was talking about sustainability. We have here in Dubai cloud sustainability. Cloud services delivered with energy coming from sustainable energy. So all these elements are impacting and can be delivered through the cloud. Now you could tell me, got it, fine, perfect. I will partner and I will do at least a piece of it. I'm not saying you do everything, but you put everything there. But what if I don't have service providers in my area, in my city, in my region? How do I do? It happened that we in Dubai, I mean, you've seen it this morning, we have tremendous number of service providers. We have more than 20 cloud locations, more than 900,000 services from local company, exceptional company, good company, from international company delivering this service to Dubai, to the UAE, and ready and happy and empowered and organized on the way that they can deliver service also to surrounding country. And you have the neighboring cloud. And it could be distant neighboring cloud. So I said, oh, great. I could do that. It could work. Now, question still. Should I put all my egg in the same basket? And the basket of not me, because in any organization, I talk about the accountability, you keep the responsibility and the accountability of whatever you do. If something goes wrong, you can talk to your provider, but it's your responsibility. So how can I feel good? You've seen all the morning discussion we had. It's about all the regulation that has been put in place in Dubai. All the certification, the core certification delivered by desk in line with the international standard. And you said, feel good. With all these elements we have seen this morning, I feel good to give at least piece of it. I keep my responsibility, but at least I share this responsibility with very professional people, dedicated, working very hard on putting on the regulation, and put on the security and things, and I feel good I can do it. I can do it with them. So that's the idea. Still, you can ask yourself, how much services I can deliver that? Maybe some of the elements you keep for yourself. Some other could be security, could be the infrastructure, could be software, could be even telephony, very basic thing. You do the work and to understand what is the most suitable stuff for you. But definitely, it makes a lot of sense when you are focusing on your core business. When the key element is the governance and how you direct and control a company, that you partner with providers that are certified, that are good, that can work on innovation. That's their job, to bring a new technology every day and help you to deliver what is important for you, operational excellence, which goes with people, governance, and innovation technology. That's what I want to share with you from an operational point of view. I'm not a very technical person, even though I'm an engineer. But, you know, technology is an enabler. The technology company, that is our core business. That's the finality, that's the objective for them. For us as an organization, what is important is how I deliver the service to my citizen, to my client, and I use it as an enabler that is absolutely critical, that I cannot do without it, and I'm happy to do it with partners that are certified, that are great, that are innovative, and help me to deliver my business. So that's the idea. Hope it makes a little bit of sense. So we went a little bit of the technology point, but you see all the things we discussed this morning, how it brings exactly the support to what it is for all of us, delivering the best possible service to our client, to our citizen, and to whoever we deliver service to. Thank you very much. Thank you for the attention.
So very exciting, a lot of things in dynamics, especially a little topic there about luggage and aviation, which is a very interesting topic. We always lose our bags somewhere. But now with another panel coming up shortly, talking about AI. Of course, UAE is very heavily invested in AI. AI is playing a big dramatic part of our lives in every possible way. Some people are using ChatGPT to write their essays and work documents. We won't talk about that. But now, coming up next, a dynamic panel to discuss leveraging the cloud computing of AI for the smarter governance. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. We have Dr. Marwan Zaruni, Narato Yamamoto, Antonio De Palmas, Mohammed Al-Hajji, Dr. Eva Mary, and our moderator for today is the Lead Governance Specialist Program Manager from the Public Sector Initiative, GovTech, Daniel.
Here, please. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and I couldn't think of a better place to talk about AI than being in Dubai at the Museum of the Future. So thank you so much to our hosts. I'm delighted to be moderating this exciting and fantastic panel. We have a great lineup. You can see the magnificent bios in the program. I don't want to take much time to get ourselves into a thorough discussion about AI, its implications, the challenges, the good practices, and what's out there for the government, and how can we reap the benefits of these exciting new technologies. So, as you might know, there is a certain mismatch between what we discuss in forums like this about how to reap the benefits of AI, but there's still public perception that is mixed feelings about the adoption of AI. Just recently, there was some polling in the UK, and two of the most common words related to AI were scary and robots. So with that in mind, I'll ask a few questions to our great panelists, and hopefully we can finalize with some good lessons and ideas to take this agenda forward. So please let me start with Mohammed Al-Hajji from the government of Saudi Arabia. So I would like to please tell us a little bit about how do you see that cloud adoption programs in public sector can lay the necessary foundations for AI-driven public services. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I am very glad to be here in my second country, UAE. I just want to shed light about our experience in the Digital Government Authority and how we set up the strategic objectives and the momentum to drive government entities to adopt cloud and to accelerate the cloud adoption within the kingdom. First of all, we set up a strategic objective of accelerating the cloud adoption because we believe that cloud adoption is the infrastructure of the future. If you want to build sustainable, AI-driven solutions, the cloud will gonna support us to achieve so. So we started on a national-wide program that supports government entities on adopting cloud computing. That's first, and we enriching the demand, and we did cooperate with the supply, with vendors, with our fellow vendors here in the forum, have helped us as well to form relationships in order to host government entities' data into the cloud. That's first. The second track that we worked on is to enable government entities to raise the capabilities within the government entities and to train government working on IT to the right capabilities to accelerate as well the improvement and the operation of AI-driven solutions. The third part that we contribute into as well is the impact monitoring. We did put standards and regulations and compliances that ensure that we are going in the right track. We believe that cloud adoption will push us forward to operate in a better government, digitally enabled future.
Thank you so much. So I want to go now to Antonio from Microsoft. And, you know, I think it would be important to start discussing what are some of the critical challenges that you've seen in your global work regarding adoption of AI. And if you can, you know, tell us a little bit about the return of investment. At the World Bank, one of our main clients are ministries of finance, and we get this question very, it's a common denominator across latitudes. We see a lot of excitement, but when we try to quantify and following a logic of doing more with less, the key question of return of investment is absolutely critical. So if you can tell us a little bit about the challenges that you've seen from your perspective, and how do you see this return of investment? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Let me say first, it's always great to be here in Dubai, in the Gulf, because, you know, always when I land, you know, together with the new skyline, the new architectural developments, I see a lot of progress on the digital evolution, the digital journey of the region. And this is very inspirational. This is very, really, very inspirational also, you know, when we travel the world and tell people, you know, what is happening around the world. So challenges. I think we are start to see some tailwinds. Well, in the past, there were mainly headwinds, like, you know, privacy, sovereignty, difficulties in regulations, you know, to move public sector workloads from the private cloud, from on-prem to the public cloud. This is happening because, you know, technology is evolving. Is evolving in the sense now there is technology that allows, you know, some of those regulations and laws and policies to be met in the public cloud, but also because technology evolves as an objective, has evolved. AI is a typical example. This morning was said that, you know, AI is mainly in the public cloud. I would challenge that as AI is only in the public cloud. I cannot see private cloud supporting really AI, especially the evolution, the progress with AI that we see every week. So we still see two challenges standing out. One is sovereignty, of course, still there, and the other one is security, cybersecurity. On sovereignty at Microsoft, we have been working hard, and now, you know, we're very clear on our value proposition that sovereignty is in the public cloud. The technology allows for public sector to bring sovereign workloads in the public cloud. And we have a solution called Microsoft Cloud for Sovereignty, which is software-defined sovereignty that is exactly designed for public sector and regulated industry to do that. And this is getting, a lot of traction around the world, because also, make governments compliant with their law, policy, and regulation, in the landing zone in the public cloud. So this is happening. The other challenge is security, big one. This is a non-negotiable. This is the foundation of trust, is the foundation of AI and innovation. And also with security, we are working in partnership with government with a program called Atlas to build cyber national defense security AI power. This has been designed specifically for government, and is a very, very big deal. I see some statistics that say that, in the next year, 95% of the public sector agencies will be attacked with a cyber attack, and only 30% of that 95% will be able to defend themselves. Because the reality is that, public sector is a big target because the nature of the data, but also because the strategy and systems for cyber defense are not state-of-the-art. So with this Atlas program, we're trying actually to build partnership, national partnership, to make sure that we bring the system to state-of-the-art, and AI is a big, big enabler for that. So AI is not just an enabler of cyber attacks, but also a big enabler, perhaps bigger enabler of cyber defense. So not by chance we bring in these two programs in combo, because we see sovereignty and cyber defense as still the main challenges for AI moving forward in public sector. On return on the investment, briefly, I think there was a study last year from IDC that said that $1 invested in the AI returned at $3.7. But that was mainly about productivity and not specific to the public sector. So we're doing a study because, we have a lot of questions from public sector agencies and leaders say, okay, what is the return on investment we have? So we are working on that. We see 4 main streams. One is digital assistant, that enable to provide, amplify, and improve services for the citizen. And it's a return on investment that can be, quantified pretty easily. Then we have automation for back office processes. That's also easily quantifiable in terms of cost saving, hours you save, productivity. The third trend we see is on the return on investment is cybersecurity, cyber defense. Again, big opportunity for quantification, ROI. And the fourth one is about data mining and analytics to actually work on things like waste and frauds for tax agencies, for instance. That's also very much quantifiable. That said, I also want to make another statement here. I mean, this is very transactional. It's super important, don't get me wrong. We need to get the right metrics, the right methodology to public sector to get a very precise return on investment from AI in public sector, because that's needed. But it's also very important to think that, we also need to think in a more holistic and systemic way, because the real fallacy is to think AI just as a technology. It's not a technology. It's change management. It's cultural. It's political. You name it. And we need to consider, when we implement AI, we need to link, our AI investment and objectives to the business objectives, to the goals, to the political goals of a country, of a public sector agency. Because only with that we can build a sustainable strategy for AI and we can land results. So it's a combination of, short-term return on investment, but also long-term strategy that make, our country, our agency fit for AI for the long term.
Thank you, Antonio. And I think this is a nice segue to a question I had for Dr. Marwan. And by the way, I think you have the greatest job title, CEO of AI. So I want to, Antonio just mentioned like some of the non-technical issues, change management. So it would be, I think, very fascinating to listen to your thoughts about what are some of the institutional arrangements that are needed to be able to adopt AI systemically, right? Not just to see the chatbot emerging here and there, but to really have a thorough strategy to adopt AI. And I don't know if you can give some examples of some potential even resistance to change that you've seen across your work. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for having me. I think it's It's a very good question, and for us in Dubai Economy and Tourism, we focused on three things actually. So first of all, we want to bring in the best minds of AI to work within the government sector. That's easier said than done. We are a very small market. As you know, Dubai and the UAE is very small, but Dubai is very well positioned to be showcasing AI projects as we use them, and we can share them as well on the world kind of stage with organizations like yourselves. But what is more important is that we also try these technologies internally and see the value from it. Like you said, in some regions, it might be considered, like my colleague from Microsoft said, could be considered as dangerous, or what you said actually, sorry, that it could be looked at dangerous, for example, or it could have some security challenges or other kind of challenges of implementation. For us, we look at it a bit differently. We look at it as a human-centric technology. End of the day, the human is the one that's going to use it. So for us, the onus is on us to empower the human with the AI and look at AI as a tool set. Well, like with any kind of training, you need to prepare the person to use AI tools, but also you need to bring them the best tools as well for the job. So that's why it's a threefold strategy. One is attracting the best talent, bringing the thought leaders within that space, because right now we're at a very critical tipping point for AI technology. We know LLMs are taking the front stage, but there's a lot of other technologies that will empower LLM and will take it to the next stages. And we've seen the early days of next stages like agentic AI and beyond that as well, with AI tied up with monetary value like blockchain technology and stable coins and central bank digital currencies. So the potential is huge, and the disruption from that potential is even bigger. So disrupting things like agriculture, disrupting things like education, manufacturing, logistics, everything that can be digitized will be disrupted by AI. Now, the only thing that will determine who wins in this race and who is at the front of this race is people who can move fast. And moving fast, the weakest link is actually the human. So if you turn around and look at how we can empower the human to adopt and adapt to using AI as a normal, everyday kind of tool, the faster we can move. Now, to do that, we need to have policies, but the policies have to be very, very general. It cannot be very specific, and it cannot be very cumbersome on the user. So by adopting two things, technical enforcement, plus regulation and policy that is very clear, understandable, and readable, and not long, we can achieve that kind of middle ground between enforcement and enablement. And I think I was very fortunate to be part of DESC and worked with the team in DESC and with Dr. Bushra and her team to put on the policies for information sharing, for medical devices, and a lot of other things that were very critical. So AI and AI regulation, AI policy becomes very natural to us here in Dubai and the UAE, specifically that the policies came up from the perspective of a cybersecurity institute, which is the Dubai Electronic Security Center. All of that, and coupled with initiatives by Digital Dubai, like Dubai Ethics Committee, and Microsoft was a big part of that as well, to make sure that we are aligned when it comes to what we consider ethical, what we considered transparent, what we considered a technology kind of positioning and strategically positioned to push us forward one step at a time. So this kind of good foundation, policy-wise, technology adoption, attraction of the right players and the right mindsets, gives us a very good formula that we can now try in our government departments, but not only that, have the right partnerships, but also push it into the customer-facing side as well. And one of our focus areas is not only to use AI internally, but use AI where we can showcase to the world and to our customers that, oh, wow, we have improved our bottom line, we have improved our customer service satisfaction, we have improved our whole posture when it comes to everything that's outside the organization, whether it is security or customer service level or other kind of aspects, all with AI running in the background and not at the forefront. So this is extremely important for us to showcase the value of AI rather than the AI itself as a front, chatbot or something similar.
Thank you so much. Dr. Eva, let me come to you at this point. So, when governments know or at least feel that their services are being provided effectively and efficiently, they don't generally go and call a consulting firm. So, in your experience working in the region, in MENA region, what are some of the common issues and elements that you see that are hindering the adoption of AI practices? And based on those, could you start thinking about some of the building blocks that are necessary for governments to really take on this agenda in a holistic way, as some of the colleagues were saying?
Absolutely. So thank you. I think I'd actually say it's really good for governments to have a consulting company because we often are sparring partners. So we help you develop the strategy and saying, okay, let's look at the bigger picture and let you leverage from our many years of experience. So I've been working on governmental use cases for over 20 years now, from everything healthcare to policing to forecasting, behavioral patterns at immigration and so on. And talking about how important it is to have the data on the cloud is actually, it's very cost efficient because there should only be one number of citizens in every, in the UAE. And if you have a very good data library on the cloud, you only need to maintain it once and you have one single source of truth and you can then exchange it between all the different ministries. We see it, for example, when we forecast how many students are going to come to school in the next years or 10 years. You have the immigration records, you have the healthcare records of who's born, and with that combined, you actually can get a much better picture of how many students you have coming up than if you have the Ministry of Education data alone. So combining that, you get rid of all the redundancies of having the information 15 times or 50 times to just having one source that you have to maintain, but also you get much better data. And I think, for example, when we work in text, one of the things you have Google Street Map information, so you can actually see the person filing for the account. You can use image recognition and tricks like that to really understand how rich they are and how much taxes they should pay. And again, you don't need to have a different view on every single ministry, but that information would be very useful for every ministry. Especially now we have a lot of new techniques coming up. We have large language models, so the question about how can we provide better citizen service using Gen AI, of better chatbots and so on. If you come to us, you come to somebody who's done it many times, who can guide you to that journey much faster and much more efficient. And also the question of, in a meeting or in a conversation like that, in the past somebody took the minutes and wrote it up, and nowadays you can just use a recording, summarize it and send it out and send out the to-dos to everybody. So a lot of services are getting far more efficient. I'd like to share a funny anecdote because I spoke about how important good data is, but I also like to talk about how important it is to get the buy-in of the end user, and that we must never forget that the person using it in the end is only human. And I worked about 10 years ago at a police force outside this region. And we were forecasting crime events. And decided to dispatch the police cars closest to where we see the hotspots for crimes. So we had festival information, we had holiday information, we had people movement and so on, transport information. And then we realized on Friday 5 o'clock when we would send police cars to certain spots, they would drive as far as possible as they could get, because, and especially if Friday football was on. So it's a country where football was very important, and not a single police officer would like to, when the shift ends at 6 o'clock, still file the reports and miss the match. So that's why they were making sure that somebody else is the one closest. And these games where humans start to play with the machine and trick them, you must really consider that in the design, and on like how much do we communicate in the end also with the end users, so that you actually do get the results and you can improve the machines.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we've been talking and referring to use cases. So let me go to Mr. Norihito from Japan. It would be really interesting to hear your views and experience of Japan, particularly on cloud and AI experience. And what can you tell us from Japan's experience in terms of use cases? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. I'm Norihito Yamamoto from Digital Agency Japan. Sorry, that's the role is my old one, but right now I'm the Chief Cloud Officer of Digital Agency. And in Japan, we found the Digital Agency 3 years ago. And the Digital Agency, we have several hundreds engineers and also the same numbers of bureaucracy. So I sit in the office, and next to me, there are lots of bureaucracy, and we have the daily discussion between the engineers and the bureaucracy. So that's a very important thing to implement the policy and technology side, both sides. So as you, all of the guys mentioned that, I think I agree with the balance between technology and the regulation. That is very important. So we have, the digital agency have the engineers and the bureaucracy organizations. And I have a responsibility for developing and operating the government cloud in Japan. So let me introduce the government cloud in Japan. The government cloud is a platform where the users and the systems can connect each other with ease and securely. So we are now developing such kind of a platform for central government and also for the local governments. We have almost 2,000 local governments. We have big number of local governments. Those kind of platform we are now developing. And the digital agency has established another thing. So the national IDs, we call it My Number, and also the data standardization. So three things: national ID and data standardization, and government cloud like common platform. Those are very important things to realize the safe connectivity and the convenient public services to the people, I think. And the AI side, of course, we are dealing with AI services. Before that, sorry, the government cloud, we contracted with 5 cloud service providers, AWS, Google, Azure, Microsoft Azure, and the Oracle Cloud, and also the domestic cloud service provider called Sakura. So we have the 5 cloud service providers, and the users can choose any services on those 5 cloud service providers. So the users can choose AI services on Microsoft or on Google or AWS. So they can use the AI services on those mega cloud services with ease. And the AI side, we are taking the very flexible and agile approach to dealing with AIs. So the pace of innovation of AI is very fast, as you know. So we have to follow those kind of speed, AI speed. And also we have to provide the AI security. So the regulation is very important also. So of course, the balance between innovation and regulation is very important for AI. And we are now very practical. So to define the process or organizations, for example, we have a new role to monitor the AI initiative in each ministries, and they can discuss with each other to share the knowledge of AI. So those kind of organizations we have established, and also we have been implementing the government AI services on the government cloud. So the users can choose AI services to develop their own AI-powered applications on the government cloud securely and safely. And also we provide, for example, the AI workshop to the ministries or the local governments. And in those kind of workshops, they can imagine how to use AI in their process or in their business process. And also we have developers and engineers, so we develop the mock-ups in a few days after the workshop, and to provide the staffs of the local governments, and they can imagine how to use AI in a very concrete use case. So those kind of things is very beneficial, I think.
Thank you so much. We only have a few minutes left, but I do want to get our panelists to have at least one more intervention. There's a lot of information coming and going today. So let's have a quick fire round questions. And let me start in this sequence with Dr. Eva. So I'd like you to tell us 3 things for our audience to remember. So the first one, can you tell us 2 lessons that you think countries that are, and it's the same question for everyone, 2 lessons that the audience needs to remember as they embark or continue their journey in AI, and you can decide to speak to audiences that are well more advanced, like the UAE, Saudi, and so on, and Japan, or countries that are starting their journey and still have considerable gaps. So if you can tell us 2 things, and the third point, what are you most excited about in the AI field, or what keeps you awake at night in terms of challenges? Thank you.
So 2 things that I think are really important is rules and regulations. And people would say, oh, how can somebody who's so into innovation put that first? But I actually think rules and regulations give us a safe playing ground. It makes sure that the investments into research are not wasted. And it's a bit like all the other laws, anti-money laundering and compliance laws and so on, they never hindered business. It actually just makes sure that what we deliver is of a high quality. And it also makes sure when we look at guidelines like, for example, NDMO in Saudi, which are absolutely brilliant. You have really good data on a government level that you can work with. That's forward-looking and so on. So that's number 1. And number 2 is, I think, very much the topic of the summit. The movement to the cloud makes the data quality better. It makes it more secure. It makes it more efficient. And you really can get rid of a lot of redundancy. So these are 2 things that I think are most important to take away. What gets me most excited is also what I fear the most. What gets me most excited is the current development in AI, with large language models, with Gen AI, and so on, and also now the development of general purpose AI. We have done massive jumps in the last 2 years. People are saying AI is a hype, but I don't think it's a hype, it's here to stay. But we have so many more people working in the industry, investing into the industry, and so on. So the trend will only go
It's here
up.
to stay.
It's huge. But we also see with that governments becoming under complete threat with fake AI. Our democracies are at risk. And with the development of general purpose AI.
So you're excited, but it also keeps you awake at night.
Yeah, there used to be a saying that we have a 30% probability of getting extinct in the next 10 years. And recent researchers reduce it to 5 to 3 years. And
I apologize because I have the clock ticking. We'll do a fire round. Thank you, Dr. Eva. Please.
Yeah, I will make my answer a bit shorter. What keeps me awake at night is the Vision 2030, actually, under the support of His Excellency Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. If you want to work under this vision, there is no time, there is no wait, and there is no rest. You have to deliver. So the 2 challenges that we have is, one is speed and agility, and second is building capabilities. I believe government entities today have a huge pressure to accomplish so many within a couple of years. In the first part, with the speed and agility, I believe today Digital Government Authority is building a huge momentum with government entities in order to purchase digital services. I believe procurement today is one of the big challenges in Saudi and the entire world. And procuring digital services is not an easy task, especially for people who are going to work in this field. I believe today we work to release the new national framework that we build with our private sector to accelerate the procurement of digital services from 6 to 8 months to maximum 3 days. So this is the first one. The second one is capability building. So we have huge national programs that are going to build the future employees that work in AI and work in digital government as a whole.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Please, Antonio.
Yeah, quickly. So, big learnings. I already said one. I mean, who is really driving with AI in terms of government and state are those that have an holistic strategy and leadership buy-in. Without that, you don't go too far, especially you don't go too far only if driven by use cases, because use cases at a certain time stop. They're super important, but they need that buy-in, that holistic thing. The second thing is learning, also training, where actually we see countries that are investing in training. Investing in training has to be very intentional, because you need to decide who are the categories, the people you want to invest first. And that's also super important to support the strategy. In terms of excitement, for me is really, the emergence of a new economy, because that can bring really, huge solution innovation to human challenges, to poverty. And I think a lot of countries around the world, and this is what I see every day, quite frankly, they see opportunities with that, with education, with healthcare, with poverty, with delivering more services, with economic development. And we really need to think about AI as the new economic and technology revolution and opportunity for everyone. So this is a big, big token to democracy moving forward, I think.
Thank you very much. Norihito.
In short, I'm an engineer, so I'm excited in the latest AI technology. So please remember agent or MCP. By using those kind of services and protocols, we can manage data as we did in the past way. So some are solved by the technology. Of course, the regulation is important, but technology can solve something.
Thank you so much. Please, Dr. Marwan, if we can finalize.
I'll follow up with my colleague Yamamoto here. I think agentic AI will be amazing, but I think what is more exciting is encrypted computing and software-defined sovereignty, sovereign data, technologies like blockchain, zero-knowledge proof, coupled with AI, coupled with secure computing, and encrypted computing will be really the next generation of adoption. Because right now we are hindered by geo kind of restrictions of AI and cloud hosting and things like that. And once you remove that, the whole world becomes your oyster, and you can explode with a lot of use cases that very dynamic in allocation of resources, whether it's compute or storage. So I think it's very exciting, and I think this is the future.
Thank you very much. Please join me in a big round of applause for our panelists. And I'm sure you can catch them during the lunch to have a further discussion. Thank you.
So yes, we're having another panel session, and then after that panel session, we will actually be breaking for a short period of time for lunch. So we're just having just the last setup, and then we will be breaking for lunch. So if you want to see this panel session, please remain seated, and in about probably 30 minutes, we'll be breaking for lunch. So for now, our next panel discussion will explore the sustainable cloud computing in the public sector. Please join and welcome the panelists for the speaking will be His Excellency Mohammed bin Salman from Maro, the esteemed platinum sponsor of the event, with Marco Calvarsi, Vinay Tucker, Elmar Silva, and the moderator for this would be the Senior Program Manager, Digital Dubai, Mahmoud.
All right, Assalamu alaikum everyone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now, I'm a little bit biased about everything that says sustainability, so I think this should be the most interesting panel of the day, but I'll supplement it with a little bit of numbers. For those of you who may know, data centers at the moment account for up to 2% of global energy consumption, and that is actually expected to be projected to increase all the way to 8% by 2030. Now, by implementing sustainable solutions, green cloud, and so on, we might be able to reduce that to by 80%. Now, what does that mean? How do we get there? We're lucky to have our esteemed panelists here with us today, so let's get right to it. And we'll start immediately with the business side. So, Mr. Mohammed, if you allow me, is there an actual business case for green cloud? Is there an actual business case for sustainable practices in green cloud?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum. طبعا the answer of the question is yes. Simply because we have deployed the green cloud here in the UAE, in Dubai, back in 2020. What we have done back in 2020, we launched the first data center that is carbon neutral. Very small scale data center leveraging assets that our sister companies has. So late 2020, October, we've launched the first data center, and along with the data center, we launched the first cloud. Today, we are running all our data centers. All our data centers are green, carbon neutral, and we run different cloud fabric or infrastructure in those locations. What we have done, along with our partners, VMware and Red Hat OpenShift, we have developed a platform that calculate the consumption of the VM or the container. And we started issuing green certificates to our clients, showing them or highlighting how much CO2 they are saving by hosting, by running their infrastructure out of our cloud. And the results are amazing. Our last year growth was double digit. In fact, the highest growth in all the services that we offer in 2024 was in the cloud domain. Year-on-year growth was more than 40%. So if this has answered your question.
Thank you so much. I think as a business, this all sound like fantastic numbers. We will segue from that to Mr. Vinay. While businesses continue to drive their bottom line, what kind of challenges do you expect to see in the space of sustainability, specifically in cloud practices?
Yeah, thank you. So in India, the cloud business right now is around 8 to 9 billion US dollars. And we are increasing at a rate of CAGR around 24 to 25%. So hope to reach 18 to 20 billion dollars in next 2 to 3 years. We have a big systems which are right now running on the cloud, starting for education like Singapore was describing, which is being used by 180 million people. So we have these systems on a big population scale. Almost we have a system at the scale of 1.5 billion to ownership records, to education records, to health records. So all these systems, we have a cloud first policy like we have in Dubai. So based on that, but then there are certain challenges in the sense that the mindset and perceptions, the control, security, privacy, so these are the concerns. Even the cost effectiveness of this, probably that is also the challenge. People think that though it is a cheaper model as pay as you use, but then people think that migration of data from the existing data centers or from these type of system to a new system, dealing with SI and then going ahead with other details like the demand related to skilled manpower out there in the country. So there are issues which businesses are holding back themselves. But then for the green cloud, we are moving ahead, and then we are working as per the Paris Accord, seeing to it that the green emissions are reduced. We have Indian green building councils which keep on rating the various infrastructures on the green building norms. So data centers are also included as per that. Bureau of Energy Efficiency is another one which do the rating metrics. And that is how we have been trying to see that we are there. But definitely there is a challenge while we achieve the sustainability. But the time has come where we need to go for renewable energy, we need to go for a better cooling system, we need to go for a recycling of water, we need to go for the better hardware and e-waste management. So everywhere we are working, but I think it is going to take some time for us to reach to the international goals. Thank you.
That's fantastic, and I'm actually glad you mentioned metrics. Mirko, we spent the entire day yesterday trying to unpack this topic. Sustainable cloud. What does it look like? What does success really look like? How do we measure it? How do we quantify it?
Thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's really great pleasure and honor. And let me thank also my esteemed colleagues in Pagopia, and especially the general management for guidance, support, and help during this year. Just a bit of context. Pagopia was established in 2020 with a simple mission, but very ambitious. Help the country, Italy, to move forward in the path of digitalization. So we are a company owned by the public-owned company, and we are in charge of several major platforms. Among the other, I will mention the digital payment platform, the application for the citizen, and the interoperability platform, which actually is very close to what the colleague from Singapore has presented in the Singapore scenario, and other application. So going back to your question, what success looks like, or what are the dimensions that are important in the sustainability of the cloud according to our vision? Well, I will say that the sustainability terms will be expanded in 3 dimensions according to myself. The first is scale, the second is trust, and the third is green sustainability and environmental compatibility and so on. So the first dimension, as I mentioned, for us is scale. During this year, we have observed a huge increase in demand of public service from the citizen. Just talking from our point of view, when we start this adventure with the platform on digital payment, the digital payment in Italy in the public sector were a few million. Last year, we processed nearly 400 million digital transactions in Italy. And the counter value of this transaction account roughly 4% of GDP of Italy itself. So this is a platform that has an ecosystemic impact on the system. When you have to build the application at this level of scale, you don't have much other option than go directly to the cloud, because you have to adapt resilience and the evolution to the platform to a velocity which sometimes it's impossible to achieve in the normal old legacy scenario with no data center. The second dimension for me, very important, is trust. Trust means for us 2 things: security and privacy by design, but also transparency. You know, trust, someone could say that trust is the ultimate currency, because it's very, for sure we know that it's very tough to achieve and easy to lose. And when you handle data of million citizens, you need to be sure that privacy and security as by design, part of the design of the application. But we also, and so we work very closely with all the agencies that are in Italy responsible, as a security agency, the privacy agency, and so on. But also we are we are also carrying on some tough discussion with the cloud providers in order to bring also their offering, to the edge of what it is our needs. And this is a very challenging task. And the second is transparency. We have outsourced more than 600 of our repository, so to public scrutiny, so our code, it's there. Of course, the third dimension is environment, compatibility, and sustainability. This is something that is very deep into the core mission of PagoPA. We have an office for that, for sustainability. We have tried even to measure how sustainable our applications are. For example, in the payment, regarding the payment platform, we have conducted a study, a specific study, in partnership with Ernst & Young, in order to measure how much consumption of CO2 we have contributed to reduce in the space in Italy. You know that we know for sure that digitalization is sustainability, because when you move an application from the physical to digital, you save paper, but not only save paper. So we have came out with a study analyzing 3 dimensions basically in there. The first dimension is the our CO2, our global, we apply the global greenhouse emission protocol in terms of CO2 emission of this cloud provider. But we have also calculated what would be the saving in 2 dimensions of physical dimension. Less paper printed for the physical and less movement of the citizen to go directly to the post office and pay a physical bill. We came up with a number that just our application in the payment, our payment application has contributed to the reduction of 45 million CO2 kilogram. And this one, just one example. In terms of most bigger cloud infrastructure, my advice it's very difficult to estimate and to measure, but it's very important that we measure it. So we use some software development pattern to acquire the data from the energy consumption to analyze them, because the more you know using artificial intelligence or other technology, because the more you know your usage pattern, the more you can aggressively tackle the saving and get more results. Absolutely. So the more you know, the more you save, if you want an headline.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you've mentioned that we need to know more. Now we've already built together a business case. Green cloud is very important. We had discussed a few challenges and how to measure it. Liadmar, what do we actually need to get there? What kind of enablers are we looking for to make sure that we reach this vision that we have for sustainable cloud practices?
Yeah. Good afternoon for everyone. It's been a great pleasure for me to be here. And I would like to thank you for World Bank and Government of Dubai to be here and discuss a theme so important like green cloud. And I think we can encourage and incentive the projects of green cloud. And we might think about financial support. It's a great thing to achieve success and advance in green projects. And we have examples in so many countries that the financial support improve the initiatives in green cloud. And we, additionally, I think we can encourage renewable energy consumption and create incentives for its generation and to support the strategies. And I think another important area is workforce development. Because we need our teams, we need to know how to manage the cloud environments to be more efficient. So in Brazil, you have specific measures such as sustainability requirements and IT procurements in our National Guide for Sustainable Procurement. So in general, I think the enablers like financial support all tax reductions when possible, and even if temporary, are so important to support the green cloud projects and to be success in their projects.
Absolutely, and while the public sector is trying to move the needle towards better sustainable practices in the cloud, Mohammed, what is the role of innovation in the way businesses deliver on green cloud?
Innovation is very much important. Before this session, there was a session about AI, and I believe AI will play a big role in reducing the operation costs in the cloud, especially in data center, leveraging AI-driven analytics will help a lot in optimizing the power consumption in data centers. It will also help in optimizing the resources in the data center. So it will provide predictive analytics maintenance regarding the lifespan of the infrastructure. My colleague here just now spoke about e-waste. This is a big contributor in the sustainability. The less e-waste you have, the better. So I believe advanced technologies. I also would like to add regarding a new innovation in the cooling, liquid immersion cooling. As you all know that the biggest contributor in the power consumption in the data centers is the cooling. So leveraging immersion, liquid immersion cooling will help a lot in reducing the power consumption and the operation costs as well.
Absolutely. Mirko, we're moving the needle, we got the enablers, we know the challenges. If we were to move today, what kind of policies, what kind of incentives do we need in the world to make this happen?
This is a very tough question. We have, again, different point of view, different angles. I can bring you some European perspective here because European has moved a comprehensive is pushing forward a comprehensive regulation about energy saving with the ambition objective of saving 11.7% of the total energy consumption by 2030. So consider that in the overall consumption of energy of Europe, the cloud world accounts for 3%, so a little bit more than the global, in the global world, but it's going up very fast as always, as comprehensible. And so they came up with a set of rules, and so both in the procurement phase, but also in terms of obligation for the cloud provider. One of the things that I really point out, and it's very interesting to me, is the need to the cloud provider to adopt transparency in their energy protocol and interoperability between data of different cloud providers. That's very interesting to me because we are tackling a very global challenge. The way that we have to tackle is we have to share data across different providers in order to see if one technology, the colleague mentioned cooling, we have a very potential need for geothermal technology or other technology can be beneficial for the other, getting data and compare to each other. So that's one thing. So from the regulation side, procurement, already mentioned, very interesting, having procurement pressure that, promote the green adoption is particularly beneficial because so that it push forward naturally the spending of the public administration, interoperability between different cloud providers, and the third one outside of the regulation sphere is competition and economic convenience for the operator. We moved to the cloud because it was very beneficial for public administration to adopt. We should move more to the green cloud because it should be much more cheaper in terms of other solutions so that economic benefit will draw also the innovation.
Absolutely, thank you so much for that. And while we're moving towards transitioning towards better practices, sustainable practices in the cloud, I think one thing that we always have to keep in mind is that we don't leave anyone behind and we bridge digital divides. From the audience in the room, from the panelists, we can see diversity in the backgrounds and the locations and the socioeconomic environments that we're coming from. My question is posed actually to both Vinay and Damar. How can international cooperation address global challenges of cloud infrastructure, and how can we reduce any digital divides and underserved communities?
I think you can cooperation. And for example, today so many speakers talking about cooperation. And the World Bank of Cloud Computer Working Group, it's a good example of cooperation. We are, all of us here, sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, and we are go back into our countries to apply all of these things and acknowledgement that we are discussing here. And so I think the financial support might be cross-country too. And we think that the support needs comes to begin until the end of the projects, measuring and supporting the nations that most need. And are simple forms that cooperation, like a memorandum of understanding, to training, to capacity, to discuss the team, and help in aspects of each country needs. So in Brazil, you have so much renewable energy sources. More than 90% of our energy is clean, and I think we can share how Brazil do the clean energy, and of course the geography is different. Brazil is so green, so much water, but I think you can share knowledge with another countries, and we can learn for other countries like Dubai and India that is so advanced in solar energy. So I think cooperation is a good way, and you have so many forms to cooperation with each other.
Absolutely, thank you. Vinay?
Yeah, so the carbon emission right now probably is around 36.8 gigaton, and it is increasing at a rate of 0.9%. If we go by that statistics, by 2030 it is going to be 42 gigatons, and I don't know where we are reaching. And if it goes at the same rate, it is going to increase the temperature by the end of the century by 2.7 degrees. And similarly for the data center, around 30% of the energy of the world probably will be used by data center by 2030, and 6% of carbon emissions. So we have to sit together, we have to collaborate, see to it that we work for the standards, we work, Madam was referring to MOU or some accord, climate accords, or around this we have to work very, very fast to see that at least on the cloud front, at least on the computing front, we are able to control the energy consumption, we are able to control the carbon coming out of this. So this is very, very important where the entire world has to work together. Coming to another question where how to reach, how to make the technology, how to make the reach available to the poor country, developing countries, and the areas which is, so that is also very, very important. So right now we have everything. We have the innovative solutions as Sir was referring to. We have affordable technology. We have something strategic partnerships which can involve. But then the barriers for these areas to be connected probably is definitely the connectivity, which needs to be worked out. We need to see, even the funding is definitely one of the criteria which needs to be worked out. So we have to work together to see that we have the better connectivity reaching out to everyone. If the fiber is not available, we have to see some other mechanism like VSAT and all, making the technologies to them. We need to set up the edge computing system near to them. We need to create a local content. We in India, we have 22 languages. We need to create a content in all these languages. Right now we are using AI. But definitely initial days were full of struggle. So we have to see that we work together, we see to it that cloud service provider provide cost-effective solutions of the delivery of the content and the services to them. And together we have to work out the things, CSR activity, corporate social responsibility, and that funds can be provisioned. We have to work out that we work in PPP mode where government at least set up the initial infra. NGOs work out in the capacity building programs in local areas. That's what we think that it is going to be very, very important. And the cloud service provider, they too have a bigger role to play. They need to see that their solutions, their services are delivered to these areas, to difficult areas at a cheaper cost. And as per their requirement, as per their language requirements, and as per the requirement of not only one area, but as per the requirement of all these areas, so that they also get similar type of services and capabilities as is available to the developed countries or developed areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that summary. I'm conscious of time. We will open the discussion or the questions for the crowd, but before all of that, I want to pose a question for the entire panel. In terms of continuing the conversation around sustainability and making sure that sustainability remains a critical part of our assessment and our development and our adoption of sustainable clouds. What do we need? Marco, go for it.
Okay. So we need to create cultural awareness of how sustainability is important. We need to share knowledge among the different organizations. We need, very important is cooperation, as the colleague already mentioned, because we are really facing global challenges, and global challenges also have a local implication, but mostly are global. It can be solved with a collective mind. So everyone can bring their experience and try to build on that. And we need also to have clear and transparent data which show how much energy we are saving, how much energy do we need, how much, where we are going to go if we don't save energy and if we don't adapt our energy consumption pattern to a more green and sustainable world.
Absolutely, thank you.
The policies, the policies around this by the governments and probably dovetailing the policies of one place to another place, so that is also very, very important. So if government puts the strict norms, the service provider will also try to meet up the expectations. And similarly, we have to work out some mechanism out how the funding requirement can be built. So these are very, very important, where the rest of the things on the technology, the service provider, the technologists are there to provide us a solution on security and other things. But then probably we need to move very, very fast on policies and on other aspects related to taking the green cloud forward.
Absolutely.
So beside the policy, I believe what we require is collaboration between technology companies and also energy providers. So energy providers, they will continue looking for new sources of energy that is sustainable, like hydrogen, like methane gas, like different sources of energy. What is needed from technology companies is to be wise during the manufacturing of the infrastructure, be it the servers, be it the switches, to increase the lifespan of the infrastructure as much as possible with an objective to reduce e-waste.
Lady Mario, would you add anything to that?
Yeah, I agree with the panelists. And we think it may be a common framework cross-country can help us more in creating common criteria to evaluate and the green cloud projects from the construction of data centers until the operation, the environments and clouds.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm glad you mentioned the word framework because I was really filled with joy yesterday when we all converged towards the need for a framework that brings all of these pieces together and brings the public sector, the private sector, NGOs, civil societies towards a common understanding of what sustainable cloud, what green cloud means, and how can we bring it to life. I will use some of the time left to summarize some of the key points that we brought to attention here today. The business case for sustainable cloud is absolutely clear, and there is no debate around it. In fact, it could actually help boost and increase our bottom lines. Challenges remain, but we are at a time where the technology is well developed. It's at a cost where we can share, we can explore how to make it at a better use with less negative impact. I think I cannot count enough the amount of times that in this panel or previous panels we mentioned the word collaboration. So maybe this is a public invite to everyone. Let's collaborate more. Let's open more conversations, knock more doors, and start sharing ideas and sharing solutions with more transparency and trust. And I would leave maybe with a quote that I wrote down quickly while everyone was talking. Through collective brilliance, we can get there. Right? Now I open the floor for the crowd. If you have any questions, please feel free. If not, then we are all here available. Grab us in the break. Reach out to us in any means possible. We're happy to support. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, everybody. Now we're going to be breaking up for lunch that will be served outside. And we will be starting our final part of our session for today after lunch. So we will be starting at around 45 minutes from now, let's say 2:30. We'll be starting our final part of our session. So please go and enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying your lunch outside. I know I'm barging your place as well for a second. But we're going to get started to keep the track on time. If you have already taken your lunch, you want to grabbing your coffee and desserts, carry it with you, get inside. We are starting the second part of the sessions right now. Thank you.
Are you sure they heard it outside?
So welcome back, everybody. I know it's at that time of the day, it's never easy, especially after having lunch, having something to eat, but we'll try to get through the last part of the session. We just have a couple more speakers, still very interesting topics. So of course, welcome back. And now we're going to hear a case study from the UK government, transforming cloud infrastructure in the public sector. Please join and welcome Bailey Reid and Edward Mutchkin.
I'll start. That's it. Thank you very much. So, my name is Bailey, and I'm the Head of International for the UK's Government Digital Service. The UK's got a long history of rolling out cloud, and we're starting to enter the, about 11th or 12th year of our cloud strategy, aiming to have, by 2030, 100% of our cloud infrastructure, infrastructure on cloud. Specifically, while the cloud is recognized as a good transformation technology, one that we've agreed across government to move to 100% facilitation, that doesn't mean it happens overnight, and that also doesn't mean that you're overcoming all of the challenges that you'll meet on the way. Specifically, within a UK context, you start hitting a plethora of other issues. Firstly, driving that up the priority agenda, trying to make ministers and the people, the hierarchies, recognize that this isn't just something that's good, but this is something that's necessary, needs to be prioritized, and needs to be funded and actioned on now. Secondly, it means ensuring that the skill basis for the UK government is solidified, is capable, and actually able to recognize that vision and put it into place. It means thirdly, not just that you have that technical skill case, but actually that those technologists within government understand how to navigate quite a broad, complex panoply of government institutions and how to work through that, how to understand not just that this is something that they need to implement, but to find the people across departments, across arm's length bodies, and across all institutions in order to recognize that wider vision. That then also means you need to have that collaboration. While we in the Government Digital Service are well placed to support departments in recognize that digital transformation, we're not the only actors, And there are a broad spectrum of actors across government that we need to collaborate and work with. Right now, as we speak, our Secretary of State is actually going to be announcing new steps and measures in order to reshape how government works, and in order to enable that transformation, recognize the digital talent, and in order to create the accountability across all of government, rather than siloing in any particular area. But these opportunities and challenges for the cloud, and in order to implement it across government, is something that, while I've had the pleasure of working quite closely with, my colleague Ed has spent the last decade of his life recognizing those challenges, grappling with them, and implementing the opportunities. And so I'm very pleased to welcome Ed to the stage.
Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you very much to the Government of Dubai for having us. As Bailey said, it's actually a really exciting day for the UK government as we launch our new digital strategy for the next 10 years. And the timing of this is impeccable. I was stood there and had the message arrive to say that some of the data I'm going to talk to you about today is now live on gov.uk. And that is data we've been working on for 6 months and has been embargoed until about 90 seconds ago. So thank you to the organisers for some impeccable timing. So I sit in the Office of the Government Chief Technology Officer in the Government Digital Service. I want to give you a little bit of scale for what we're responsible for. So in the UK, we are responsible for digital in the public sector. The public sector is 5.8 million workers. We spend £23 billion sterling on digital and data. That is 100 billion dirham, or about 28 billion euros. That is the first time we've said that number on a stage, but it's on gov.uk. Of that, we spend in excess of, but I can't tell you the actual number, but in excess of £1 billion sterling on cloud services. Again, that's like 1.3 billion euros, 4.5 billion dirham. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of people trying to drive digital transformation. We're the second country to have a cloud-first policy. It's been live for 14 years. And so one of the things that we do is own that policy, get people to align to the cross-government cloud and technology infrastructure policies and strategies, and we stop people from building data centers and buying servers if they are trying to contradict that policy. We too have a massive focus on skills. I recognise a lot of the comments that were said this morning, and really interesting to hear other governments' approaches to dealing with some of the challenges we also face. So, we launched a Cloud First policy in 2013. We updated it in 2019, we updated it in 2023. For those who haven't had a look at our Cloud First policy, the marker of 2023, alongside emphasising the language and default to cloud as the new language, was to publish a set of 9 cloud principles that start to tackle some of the thorny issues about cloud, some of which we've talked about this morning, including sovereignty, but also other topics such as vendor lock-in that get in the way as departments start to think about using cloud for the first time. So you can find that on gov.uk, it's available for everybody. We also have a cloud guide for government, which has more detail about how to go about procuring cloud and the like. And so if you're a country that hasn't engaged in these topics before or wants to see how we do it, that's really interesting. We hope for you to read. We go read other countries' ones, and particularly Canada's a country that hasn't come up this morning that's got an interesting one to read. This is the brand new data that is on gov.uk. It's called the State of Digital Government Report. You can go and read it literally now. Please don't. I'd like you to listen to me, and then you can listen to it after all the other speakers across the rest of today. So for us, we found that about 60% of the UK public sector is migrated to cloud after having a cloud-first policy for the best part of 14 years. It's inconsistent, it's patchy. We're doing better in central government, that is generally better resourced. We're doing less well in the health service and in the police forces. And so we're starting to really think, how do we bring the lessons, the opportunity, the code, the platforms that have been built in the advanced group on the right-hand side to the less advanced group on the left-hand side. Our government and our public sector is very, very decentralized. Today we will have contracts with hyperscale cloud providers from every single government organization. We do approach that commercial negotiation centrally, but everyone will contract separately, everyone will build their own cloud platforms. To the many speakers who have built central cloud platform teams, I'm jealous. We might consider going down that direction as well. So we have huge opportunity here. We're still not finished. We really, really want to accelerate. We too have been having a conversation about why we're doing cloud. We have a cloud-first policy that says do it, but doesn't say why. I think I'd agree with many of the conversations that we've had this morning and in the closed group yesterday. There's opportunities through automation, legacy, cost saving, making things better for citizens, security, innovation, a greener future. I also agree that it's the foundation for AI. I think for us, we are looking at our current legacy position. We're looking at the opportunity that cloud provides and trying to push forward to through that legacy position. I also, when I think to the future, and we were talking about quantum yesterday, there's another quantum session coming up this afternoon. My expectation is actually that we will take the workflows of today, and I think the journey we've been on for the last 10 or so years globally that we call digital transformation is the cloud transformation. And we're about to start the AI transformation, and we've got the quantum transformation in our future. But all of these are general purpose technologies, and the technologist in me thinks there's going to be different workloads that are suitable for different processor types. And there is a future world where we are using high-performance compute and then taking the results of the high-performance compute and then executing that on a quantum computer. And then we take the results of that and we put that through AI, and we might keep moving that around. And in that flow, we're using CPUs, GPUs, inference processing units, maybe training processor units for AI, off to quantum processors. I cannot imagine a world that works in a pre-cloud environment. So there's some exciting things in the future, but as per my previous slide, there's still quite a lot that is still in our existing on-premises data centers. This is just a selection of content that we've put out there. It's quite UK specific. We point people at public cloud first. We are thinking about what cloud means in our classified environments. We do have some positions on overseas, data going overseas. We're quite explicit as well about software as a service, over platforms as a service, over infrastructure as a service. We are pushing people towards taking managed offerings because they will be better managed at scale, and innovations will be pulled through almost automatically. How we reuse patterns. We've got some thinking about how we're going to change the procurement landscape in the future, how we're going to have a healthy vendor market. We have something called Secure by Design, which you can look up on gov.uk, which is a framework for how we go about building applications and how we uplift our cloud professionals. And we've run a bunch of really interesting and successful initiatives in partnership with cloud vendors, including a Get Cloud Certified Autumn campaign, where cloud vendors ran a selection of training and certification, and then we rewarded people who achieved their certification during that month. I think this is the punchy slide for us. We're putting a line in the sand and saying we would like to be 100% hosted on hyperscale cloud or migrate to software as a service by 2030. Now that's only 6 years away. And as a technologist, that scares me somewhat, but I don't really want to be in the mainframe business or the on-prem data center business in 2031. I want to be in the AI business and maybe in the quantum computing business. We deliberately say hyperscale cloud in order to recognize that there are classified workloads that might not go on public cloud, on internet-connected public cloud, but we want to push to this 100%. Today, the really helpful description, so we had a new government that was elected, and a couple of weeks after the new government was elected, CrowdStrike happened. The fact that I can just say, remember CrowdStrike, is a really useful example of why resilience is important. And so we've had a bunch of conversations about how stuff is built today in the UK, architecture type conversations that no minister would have ever cared about before, but through the illustration of CrowdStrike I can say, here are 2 data centers this far apart, let me tell you how this would be done in cloud, let me tell you how this would be done in multi-region cloud. Now for the World Bank Cloud Computing Forum, there's been some conversations over the last few days about data sovereignty, as they are globally, really interesting conversations. For us, we are privileged to have a cloud region in the UK from Amazon and from Microsoft and from Google, but it's only one. And so as soon as I start thinking about workloads that might have to survive one region going offline or having some problems, which is a thing every cloud provider tells you is possible, and I start thinking about, for us it's the 999 call center, but 911 or similar numbers around the world, 112 in Europe, do I want to tolerate a 4 to 7 hour outage of that system if there is the rare cloud provider region outage? I don't. And so for us, we still think about the data sovereignty agenda, even with a region in the UK, as something where we will put data overseas and run services from overseas, because the one region in the UK isn't good enough for those most sensitive occasions. We're thinking about how we build a healthy cloud marketplace and how we partner with suppliers and industry. I think today we've talked a lot about some of the existing suppliers and sovereign in-country suppliers, including presentations from the government of Dubai. We think there's a future where there are some other suppliers like Cloudflare who might enter the market and have opportunities for us. And if you start thinking about the individual services that you consume from a cloud provider, should I instead consume Claude or Anthropic direct from Claude or Anthropic rather than through the cloud provider? What would we need to do to make that an interesting, healthy, competitive market ecosystem? We have also announced, or it's on gov.uk, and there will be a press conference this afternoon announcing a digital backbone. So I've been taking notes from the government of Singapore and others who have been talking about how they move data around between government departments and government services. That is a thing that we haven't yet done in the UK that we're excited to get started on as part of the next stage of our own digital transformation initiatives. And we continue to think about, while I might use overseas cloud regions, that more cloud regions in the UK would be a good thing, and how we make those investments and how those investments power AI. So as we go through this, the cloud first policy doesn't stand still. We're going to have to update it. I hope that's been a really interesting few minutes really about how we've gone from 2013 through 14 years of getting started. And actually I think I should say in 2013 there were no UK based cloud regions. So we started already with a position on data sovereignty, and how that has moved forward, and how we want to push into a future world and a future environment that supports multi-region cloud, many different vendors, using different processor types for different workloads, and how we share that code and capability, certainly amongst the UK government, but also amongst other like-minded nations who are investing and thinking about what the cloud can do for their governments in the future. There we go. We're around those members on the Cloud Computing Working Group. It's been really lovely spending some time with you. Once again, thanks to the Government of Dubai for hosting us. And if you want to chat to us, reach out. I do encourage you to read the State of Digital Government report. It is selfish because it was done by one of my teams. I do think it's a really good bit of work to analyse a very old government with a lot of legacy that's really desperate to modernise into digital, and talks about the different things that we're starting to measure to see whether we'll be successful. Thank you very much.
So a very interesting talk there, of course, of governance and especially, you know, branching out into different sectors. But right now, we have coming up next a discussion panel, which is going to be a very interesting one, I find it myself. So expecting with the panel with the quantum computing and the future of infrastructure. Now, of course, Dubai is always building up on infrastructure itself, continuously developing. So please give me a warm welcome and stick with the panel. We have today Luca Tagliatari, Petra Florzon, Professor and Vine Seni, Dr. Vladimir, and Charles Blanco. And moderating this for today will be Assistant Professor Research Scientist, Khalifa University, Dr. Martino. I'm just setting up the stage. So yes, it's going to be an interesting panel. And of course, this is a time where, you know, focusing again, you know, quantum computing is a very huge thing that's being taken leaps. Again, we're all looking at anything when it comes to this field. And of course, just during the day this time, you know, it's a bit of a dip after having lunch. Everyone is maybe just getting everybody ready for the next session. And of course, you never know, there might be even questions maybe even asked in this session. But the day's not that much longer. We have another panel session, and then followed by that, there'll be something very interesting happening at the end of the day. But I'll mention or talk more about that later on. But yes, there's more panels coming up, more guests talking with amazing moderator later on as well. This is always an interesting part of the day when setting up, you know, trying to do things behind the scenes, and it takes a lot into the day, you know. But we're almost there. And I think now we can call on our guests to please come on stage, and we get ready for this panel session, which is, like I said, it's going to be a very interesting talk. I know. Okay, so again, announcing our panel session for our partners to be coming on stage. We have again Luca and Petra, Professor Istran Demian, Vine Seni, Dr. Vladimir, Charles, and of course our moderator, Dr. Martino. Thank you so much, and please. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. As you see here, quantum is complex also to set up the chairs. Then we can start in this way to introduce the panel and a very impressive panelist. I think that this is the most tricky panel over this forum. Why? Because we have to talk about two disruptive technologies. One, we know about cloud, the potential, the opportunities, and also the risks. But the second technology is something that we don't know how we will deliver, when, and which kind of effect will be provided. Then it's something that we can call the black swan. And the aim of this panel, unfortunately for the speakers, is to try to clarify which kind of, let's say, dependence over the implications of a quantum in the future cloud infrastructure. How quantum will be able to impact cloud and vice versa. Then let me to introduce quickly the panelists. Luca Tagliaretti is Executive Director of European Cyber Security Competence Center. Thanks, Luca, to join us. Petra Florizon is a Director of Global Quantum Sales at IBM. Professor Ernesto Damiani is a Director of the Center for Cyber Security Physical System at Khalifa University, but in particular is my actual boss at the Khalifa University, is the Dean of the College of Computing and Mathematics. Then we have Vinay Saini, Principal Architect, Network and Security at Cisco. Vladimir Sukharev, Vice President of Cryptography Research and Development at InfoSec Global. Charles Blanco, Senior Public Sector Specialist over the World Bank. And then I will be your moderator. Then I think that we can start from the European Union perspective, and then it's a good opportunity also. No? This is the very, let's say, plus of this conference, and then I want to thank the organizers, the desk, the Dubai government, and also the World Bank, in order to have this kind of a vision to include also actors, not only at the regional level, but at international level. But Luca, the question for you is, what is the EU, in particular the center that we are leading, doing for support of the development of the quantum technologies?
Thank you, Luigi, for the question. Of course, I want to also thank the government of Dubai, the World Bank, all the organizer for having invited me as a representative of the European Union to give our perspective on what we do on quantum. So we look at it on the side of cyber. In particular, the European Cyber Security Competence Center is in charge of the strategic agenda of the Union on cyber security. And as part of this strategic agenda, a big part is focused on new technology, uptake of new technology, and research on new technology, AI and quantum being the first and the major player in this in our agenda. We have a number of projects already running which aim at standardizing the algorithm, aim at creating a network of companies or players in the European market which are working on quantum. But what's more interesting is what comes next, what we have in the pipeline for the next 3 years. So, of course, these numbers that I'm going to give now are very little in comparison with the maybe funding available in other parts of the world, but we have around 47 to 50 million of EU investment just on quantum for cyber, and we will look at 3 particular areas. We want, first of all, to create a platform for the testing of algorithms. There are a number of algorithms in circulation. We want to ensure that there is interconnectivity, there is interoperability between them. We want to ensure that when these are deployed in the market, we anticipate possible technological issues. So the idea is to create, and this will start in 2025, a platform or like a testing area. They would be in different member states. Physical location where you could go and test your algorithm. We want to involve private company, we want to involve government, research center, and all the players in the quantum community on PQC. Second element is once we have this algorithm tested, we also want to work on the implementation of quantum on PKI in the infrastructure of existing encryption, looking at backward compatibility. So this is an activity which will start in 2026 and is aiming at ensuring that the current algorithms which are in the PKI will also be, can also work with quantum technology or resistant to quantum. And the third element is once we have the technology available, we want to use them in our SOCs. In particular, we are creating a network of cross-border hubs or cross-border SOCs, which would protect the European Union infrastructure with a kind of a cyber shield. So the center will look into creating and deploying this technology in the protection of the center. So this is a bit in few seconds, in few minutes. Of course, there's more ongoing on the research side. This is deployment. We also have a part on research. We have now just one call which closed 2 weeks ago, 22 million euro just on investment of new on harmonization of algorithm for quantum.
Thank you very much, Luca. I will back to you with a specific question maybe on some case study that we are implementing about the last project that you mentioned. Now I move to one of the elephant in the room, which are the vendors. Now that IBM is one of the big one, and then is also supposed to lead also the quantum era according to IBM. Then quantum computing remains an emerging technology. And according to your opinion, Petra, why should government and industry invest it and now? But of course, not about to buy only IBM, but at a strategic level. Why? Which kind of a justification? Because we don't know if we lose the money.
Absolutely, and that's really a great question. And it's a question that I get all the time. Why should we invest now? Now, just not from an IBM perspective, because I always like and prefer to use the words that others are saying. McKinsey, for instance, they, also the Quantum Insider, they predicted that by 2035 there will be 1 trillion economical impact. By 2030 it will be 700 billion, so big numbers. There will be an increase in revenue, potential revenue of 63%. So big numbers, remember. You should not miss the boat. If you look at IBM, yes, I'm working at IBM Research, so I know what's happening, and I see the evolution only in 2023, and 2024, last year, we released the Condor processor, which is more than 1,000 qubits. We also released our Heron processor, which is 156 qubit, the best performant processor. So it's going fast. We also invest hugely in Qiskit. Qiskit is a software development kit, because it's not only good to have the hardware, you also need to be able to access the systems and to make it easy for the end user. So lots of things happening, so yes, you should invest now. Now we see that governments are investing in other countries and also industries. Why are governments like you why are they investing now in quantum computing? Think about, for instance, Angela Merkel in Germany. She already decided in 2020, so 5 years ago, to buy an IBM quantum system. In the meantime, they have been building their ecosystem. There are more than 300 institutions working in that ecosystem on quantum, being it companies like Bosch and Volkswagen, research centers, in universities, startups, so really growing. It's really an example for quantum. Take Japan. Japan, they're working with RIKEN. RIKEN is very much focused on quantum. US, of course, many. We have, for instance, the University of New York, they have a quantum system in their chapel at the university. So it's really nice to look at. So many governments are already investing, and also the smaller countries, because one of the previous sessions they were talking about maturity, but also the smaller countries are starting to invest. And why can they do that? Because you don't need a system on site, but you can also easily access it through the cloud. This is a cloud, all about cloud, so you can easily access it through the cloud. You can have access as from tomorrow. You can start small, you can explore, start building your skills. And governments want to do this because they want their workforce to be ready, they want to build the skills, and they also want their industries to stay competitive. And then I come indeed to the industries. Why should they invest now? Because it's important for the industries to understand what could quantum mean for me as a business, for my company. Think about healthcare. We work a lot with life sciences and healthcare. Cleveland Clinic, for instance, they also have a quantum system on site. They are working on drugs discovery. They are working on protein folding, very precise medicine, cancer immune therapy. Lots of use cases in healthcare life sciences. Also financial sector. Think about fraud detection. We can already do a lot of AI, but can we do more with quantum? So that's quantum machine learning that we call it. If we look at oil and gas, lots of use cases for oil and gas. Think about the automotive sector. We work, for instance, with Mercedes on battery technology. We work with Boeing on corrosion. Corrosion is very difficult. It's a very costly problem for airplanes. So many things. Oh yes, yesterday we went to the solar park, and we also work with E.ON. For instance, E.ON is an energy company in Germany. So there we really work with quantum already for 4 years on grid optimization. So lots of things, lots of use cases, and it's really important to start now to build those skills because it's not easy. It's totally different than classic computing. Therefore, you need to start now.
Okay, thanks a lot, Petra, and then also for you, I will be back to receive some practical example on this topic. One of the main nightmares related to quantum is the decryption, or the capability of the current decryption algorithm to be resistant and robust in front of the quantum capability to destroy or disrupt the current situation. Indeed, yesterday we had this wonderful workshop session that we can define team building in certain cases, then where we share our idea, and then we summarize, and the workshop dedicated, and the panel dedicated for quantum, the problem is how we can manage cybersecurity tomorrow in front of quantum disruption. Then maybe, and this is a question for Professor Ernesto Damiani, maybe the justification to invest now is based on some research that was published a few months ago in a paper where some authors, they say, we are able to decrypt RSA 2048 algorithm. This is the meaning that encryption died. Then cloud is the castle, encryption is the guardian. Then which kind of implication we have in this case?
Let me start by saying that the best way to gain interest is to scare people, right? So if you scare people, you will gain their attention. So this is the first thing that I want to say. And in order to put this type of concern into perspective, I think I would like to start with a distinction. There are 4 types of quantum technology, according to the quantum community itself. Basically, we have quantum computing, of course, we have quantum simulation, we have quantum sensing, and we have quantum communication. These are the 4 pillars. All of them are relevant for cybersecurity. And all of them are relevant from 2 sides, being used in order to improve the security of systems, and secondly, on the other hand, being used to attack the security of systems. All these 4 are relevant for cybersecurity. Now, they claim attacking cybersecurity encryption using quantum-based cryptanalysis has been with us for a long time. And the notion was based on the fact that although finding algorithms, quantum algorithms, to solve generic problems is not that easy, the specific area of cryptoanalysis is one where we had interesting quantum algorithms from the very start. From the 90s, we have interesting quantum algorithms for handling cryptoanalysis problems. And I don't want now to enter into the details. I remember scaring people in Europe already at the end of the 90s with the notion that this area, the specific area of, for example, integer factorization, was one of the first where we had quantum algorithms that on paper would work. Okay? Unfortunately, but the progress of the implementation of these algorithms on quantum computers was not as fast as it was imagined. And the recent claims are mostly come from quantum simulation people. People who use basically something which is called QBO, the quantum annealing, to restate some problems, difficult problems, as optimization problems. And you can restate, for example, factorizations as an optimization problem and try to solve it in an analog way through a quantum annealer. And of course, there have been successes here and there in that, and that has refreshed. Maybe we are not so fast in factorizing the integers using a quantum algorithm in practice, although we were very good in theory, and of course in practice it has progressed, but not so fast. But we are reasonably good in restating the problem as an optimization problem and shooting an annealer to that. And well, we have a lot of papers that use that technique as a cryptoanalysis technique. It's very early to say that it is actually a threat to currently implemented systems. But in the meanwhile, and I would like now to, the community has decided to stop using crypto systems that are based on the notion of integer factorization as the difficult problem that is making the crypto system strong, and to move to another category of problems. And these other category of problems are the lattice problems. It took for a while, basically in August last year, we had the final announcement of the crypto systems based on lattice problems, which are a different type of difficult problems that were chosen on purpose because it was thought that it was very difficult even to find a quantum algorithm against them. So I will come closer. Sorry for this long answer, but I think it's important. Now, what happened is that, again, from the same region from which the original claims on being able to attack the original integer factorization, the same region has produced a few papers where there were claims that even lattice problems are in principle attackable, not with quantum algorithms, but again with quantum simulation. Then in the end, the most recent paper was found to contain a mistake exactly in the annealing procedure, but still it was enough to, it took for 5 years to come up with crypto system based on lattice problems. And then a guy publishes a paper claiming that maybe there is a problem and everybody is scared again. So the notion is that, to me, I would say that the most recent, so I hope that I summarized, and maybe my colleagues can comment later on what has happened in the last 10 years on the notion that quantum technology in general will be is threatening the secrecy of communication because it will attack the the crypto systems. I'm saying that it has not happened as fast as people may have fathomed, but still it has been a strong factor of progress for quantum algorithms, frankly speaking, even of the simulation type or of the computing type. If we didn't have that target, being able to perform quantum cryptanalysis, probably we wouldn't have progressed so fast in terms of the quantum research. So I finish by saying, I hope that I gave this type of thing. I think it's very important that we understand the nature of the quantum advantage in terms of attacks to crypto system. It's not that we will have a computer tomorrow that you will turn on and will force the encryptions. It is something that will probably take place first in some government lab rather than in some private sector. So I stop here, and I hope that I gave so at least a wide presentation on this topic.
Thank you very much, Professor Ernesto. And then I will move now to other most important private actor or vendor in this field, which is Cisco. And Vinay, the question is that one, very simple but very practical. Which industries are most optimistic about the potential of quantum computing or quantum security, and how they see themselves playing a significant role in defending against quantum adversaries?
No, thank you for asking this question. Generally, when we think about quantum computers, right, it's all about how the quantum computers can break the encryptions and how you can, like my colleague here says, a fear, a sense of fear. So I'm glad, I can bring something on the positive side here. Apart from the research institutes and the pharmaceutical companies who are very excited about the quantum technology as such, one specific industry, that is service providers, they are very much excited about this quantum because they look at it from an opportunity perspective, saying, how can I provide connections, secure quantum safe connections to my clients? Today, the service providers are helping us with the connectivity within the regions, connecting, the data centers of the world, even connecting users to the different services. So now they are looking at how can I move from a normal connectivity to something called a quantum VPN or quantum segment routing or quantum MPLS sort of a thing. So a lot of excitement in that area. And this is happening because most of the other institutes, like the enterprise, the defense, and the government, they are reaching the service providers. Can you help us bridge this gap? Because you are the one who are helping us connect the different geographical regions. Could you also provide us this kind of connectivity? So service provider, yeah, definitely a lot of interest there. And another thing is coming from this whole concept of the quantum internet. Now we all have the classical computers in our homes, and we know that we can do so much on them. But the real power of those computers came when we connected them, what we call as an internet. When all these computers are connected, that's where you can do the magic. The same excitement is coming from the world which can connect all these computers, quantum internet or quantum connectivity. So I'm hoping, these positive things will play a wider role. And then it's also true that when you connect a lot of these quantum computers, they can also break things faster. So we have to also be big cognizance of, how we can keep our environment safe. But yes, SPs, I would say they're very excited.
Thank you, Vinay. And now we move to the other speaker, which is Vladimir. Then the question for you is more at the strategic level and also ethical level, no? Because when we have a new technology, in my opinion, technology is not neutral per se. We have some impact of the technology in the real life. And then one of the main problems, the concern, is about ethical challenges. Which kind of ethical challenges we have, in your opinion, in integrating quantum computing into public sector cloud system, and how this can be mitigated, these challenges can be mitigated?
So a lot has been mentioned about quantum computing and then quantum resistant cryptography, or more commonly known for vast majority of cases, post-quantum cryptography. Now, when we talk about how the attack on today's cryptography happens using quantum computing, usually you can look at quantum computing part as a sub-processor to some extent. So usually if you're attacking, let's say, RSA, ECC, or any other public key cryptographic schemes that are heavily in use today, you would do some classical processing. Then you're going to do the most fundamental and hardest step on a quantum computer, and then you'd finish it off using classical post-computations. Now, we don't expect every household to actually have a quantum computer. I mean, quantum computers exist today. They're small scale. They will become large scale. They are, getting larger and larger. IBM is one of the leaders in terms of scaling the quantum computer, and eventually it will hit the size when it's going to be able to break today's cryptography. So when the quantum computer is accessible via cloud, how do we prevent somebody from using it to break today's cryptography? Let's say hypothetically, not everyone has migrated in time to quantum-resistant cryptography. This becomes a huge issue because if you have publicly accessible quantum computer via cloud, you want to make sure that it's used for all the good things that have been mentioned, but not for breaking cryptography. And that's the ethical part. How do we track that? How do we figure out if somebody's actually doing this specific computation to crack something? Of course, the ultimate solution is to be migrated to quantum-resistant cryptography. Then that would avoid anybody from leveraging the fact that somebody's still using classical cryptography. Otherwise, we would have to somehow put in some regulations what the publicly accessible quantum computers can be used for. How do we actually figure out that they're using this quantum computer to crack cryptography? Because again, it's not a direct process. It might be masked. Maybe there's some other ways to approach it to make sure that it's hidden, and then you cannot measure it in the middle, because if you measure somebody's computation in the middle of a quantum computer, it's going to collapse to a classical state. So that means whichever computation you'll want to track, it's going to fail, and that means anybody who's using quantum computer for good, they're not going to be able to perform the computation. So that's not a viable approach. So there needs to be some regulations what input goes into the publicly accessible quantum computer. And then again, as I mentioned, the ultimate is to be migrated to post-quantum cryptography as soon as possible.
Oh, thank you very much, Vladimir. Now, last but not least, is the turn of Charles Blanco. You represented the World Bank. The main aim of the World Bank is to avoid, in particular in this area, but not only in this area, but here we're talking about digital, to avoid the digital divide and to give the opportunity to, at the world level, to have the same equal access to the technology, capacity building project, etc., government to government collaboration, etc. Then the question is, what benchmarks should government meet to ensure readiness for the quantum revolution? Not only related to the quantum and cloud, but how they can evaluate themselves that are ready, or maybe if you have some methodology in the World Bank that you provide to the countries that are not developed technologically speaking, to assess themselves on that.
Thank you very much, Luigi. First of all, salam alaikum, good afternoon to all the participants. Your question, I think there are a couple of methodologies and assessments that were developed during the last couple of years. IBM is leading one of them, and maybe Petra can add on these details. But I will say that the first step of benchmark that is needed is to determine or identify the extent of exposure, right? And linked to this is important to know the maturity level of the organization, the country, the region in terms of in terms of quantum technologies, which is important. The second one, I will say that it's important to understand encryption and how to use encryption. And associated with this, it is important to plan in advance a transitioning period from the current technologies to quantum technologies or quantum computing technologies that we are talking, right? This is extremely important because we will have a previous framework to avoid any risks or issues that we can have in the future. Then I will add that it's important to deploy telemetry solutions, for example,
Telemetry technology is basically a technology that can collect and analyze data from remote sources using sensors or other mechanisms that can be used not only to protect the data, as well they can be used for analysis and other interventions. Then it is important to align the data governance mechanism to the security of quantum computing or quantum technologies. I will say that it's also extremely critical to use AI-based rules and algorithms for decision making, which can convert this into an easy way to move forward. And finally, as we discussed yesterday, it is mandatory to have not only this assessment or maturity levels, we will need to start validating, testing, and implementing solutions that are quantum resistant solutions. So this is the 50 cents for your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insight, in particular, because what is very important here, as you mentioned before, Charles, then for to talk about public-private partnership, we need to start to talk about public-public partnership. What is it? How we can implement, for instance, the government-to-government collaboration at local, national level, regional level, international level, and this is something that the World Bank can lead, and these kind of exercises are very useful. And then after we achieve also the awareness about the terminology, when we agree about the terminology, we can start also to talk about the operations. Then we finish now because we don't have enough time for other questions, but maybe we can use a few minutes for an audience pool question. Because it's important to engage you after lunch, to don't give you the chance to sleep anymore, because we cannot see here if you are sleeping or not. But the question for all of you is that one. It's a very, let's say, challenging question, because it depends also how you reply. It depends also about some investment that you want to do in the future. In your opinion, how soon do you believe quantum computing will significantly impact cloud infrastructure in public sector? Do you believe that we will have this technology within the next 1-2 years? How many of you believe that we will be in front of this technology in next 1-2 years? All of you, you can raise your hand. What do you think? That we will have this technology here in 1-2 years is a problem for IBM, because we are investing on that, and then maybe you have to think about the return of investment. It's a very practical implication. Or maybe next 3-5 years that all...
I follow Professor Damiani. Yes. If he raises his hand, I raise the hand, otherwise I keep it down.
Or next 5-10 years, or more than 10 years away? More 10 years, 5 years? But it's, we don't have the answer, maybe, I don't know. Raise your hands. How many of you want 2 years? Oh, Dr. Bush, it's, maybe we can think about a joint investment together, because also I think that 1-2 years. And then, how many of you 3 or 5 years? Oh, I cannot see. Yes, now I can see. Okay, I need sunglasses from here. Okay. I saw also Moza in the top. Okay, and within 5-10 years, few of them. Next 10 years away. What is IBM? Are you ready to serve these
yes.
things or not? Of course.
Yes, of course. So regarding use cases or so, we don't expect, oh, now it come at once. We expect some first We call that quantum advantage in very specific research first. So not immediately maybe for companies, but first in the research. And we also think that chemistry will be the first candidate where we see lots of tractions. And we expect to have this even in 26, 27. That's our aim, that's our goal. Excellent. So that's not so long anymore. But then it will come, then it will be optimization, and then we expect QML, quantum machine learning. But like I said, it will come one after each other and not a big boom.
I totally agree with you, but I want to close now. Maybe I can use the time to say some few words about, okay, it's not about only to discover technology, but also to educate people how to use the technology.
Correct.
That's
it's about skills.
I give an example. Several training initiatives are launching worldwide. One, I want to spend also use this opportunity to say, no, one of the best practices implemented here in Dubai is also the CISO program implemented with the Dubai Innovation Cyber Park. In Abu Dhabi, they launched the Cyber Q initiatives. That's it. The point is that one. We need to focus also how we train the people properly to use the technology, not only to have the technology, and maybe it's something that we can think.
And that's indeed, it's the same like the UK people here just before us. It's a journey, and you need to see it as a journey.
And also, I will add that the primary risk of quantum technologies to current cloud infrastructure is the potential to break encryption methods. And this, which can lead to data breaches by malicious actors, cyber attackers that can easily decrypt sensitive data. And when we talk about sensitive data, we are talking about financial information, medical records, government documentation, government secrets, and we have to be prepared for this. I give the floor for 1 minute each of you, otherwise they kill me. 1 minute, okay? Vladimir, yes, please.
Yes, to reinforce the fact that, quantum computers will be breaking today's cryptography, one thing to think about, we've been voting 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. What we need to also understand, when we're doing encrypting some very sensitive data that needs to be secure for more than 5 years, technically quantum computers are already attacking it from the point of view that there's a thing called harvest now, decrypt later attack. That means somebody can be recording encrypted traffic. They can be storing it. Today, they might not have an ability to decrypt it. But once they get their hands on a quantum computer, let's say 5 years down the road, they will be able to decrypt it. So therefore, we need to protect ourselves as soon as possible because we are vulnerable now. Now, the good news is that post-quantum technologies, schemes, encryptions, they do exist. We just need to start adapting them. And one thing to just mention from a technical point of view, post-quantum cryptography is the cryptography that gets installed and used on classical machines, on today's machines. So we can completely start implementing that and adapting the quantum-resistant technologies.
Thanks, Vladimir. What I learned yesterday from my friend Danny to be dictator, then I will use it as best practice, please. 1 minute.
Sure. So I think the most common question is where do we start, the quantum computers are coming 5 years or 10 years. The answer to that is you have to start thinking now. You have to involve in your security policies the threats which could be coming from the quantum. You have to start monitoring and doing assessment of your network. What kind of ciphers you are using? Are they vulnerable against the quantum computers? And start evaluating the solutions what you have. Because now we are scared about few quantum computers. What if all these quantum computers are connected tomorrow? That's where the real threat will come. And you also need to think about the crypto agility, right? Because maybe the ciphers which are recommended now, maybe, when you combine the power of all quantum computers, they become so strong that what is recommended today, they also break.
Okay, now it's a tricky position. I can give you the microphone to you, otherwise you will fire me if I quit his microphone. But 1 minute, Professor.
I would like to use the first 30 seconds to say that I agree completely with what was said. The threat model is not online decryption, is long-term decryption capability, meaning that you encrypt today, you are safe today. Will you be safe in 10 years? So are there data for which you need long-term immunity with respect to crypto analysis. These are the data first that you have to look at in terms, and this is a very realistic threat model. It's not something nebulous in the future. It looks ahead 5 years, looks ahead 10 years. Let me say though, one thing. The most mature part, anyway, of quantum technology for security is not the crypto analysis today. It is what goes in security control. I just would like to mention photonics-based quantum key exchange. This is a technology you can buy on the market tomorrow. And when we are weak, maybe in the capability of generating, we discussed here in the UAE, for a country-wide key escrow that could sort of socialize the use of quantum key exchange to multi-party protocols. This is the part that basically is more mature than a quantum computation. Right?
Thanks. I will pass the microphone to
very quickly. You don't see here, say time's up. Yeah. And I think that's the message. Time's up also for us. So we can't wait longer. The investment and the activity at government level need to start now, because the risk of being expressed by the other panelists as we'll need time to adapt the government infrastructure, we need time to roll out technology, and we need to do this in time for encryption being available. So we need to start, and this is why this is important discussion doing at this level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody, also for the audience to be part of this discussion. And then please join me to thank the speakers and also the moderator. Thank you.
So, okay, coming to the final part of the session for today, where this is going to be a very interesting part. But, of course, we save the last to least. So we dive into the power of collaboration and partnership in shaping the future of cloud ecosystems. Please give me a warm welcome to our incredible panelists. We have Cedric Saber, Kevin, Dr. Lian Oted, and Ko Kian-Du. And the moderator for today is Robbie Sandorwich, the practice manager of the World Bank.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Again, I'll do it one more time. If there is no energy, we just leave, okay? How are you? All right. Yes, we need to make sure that people who are not part of this community, they see the enthusiasm, the energy, the commitment of this community to international development and solving problems as well. So, thank you everyone for staying for this panel. Thank you every one of the panelists. I will not introduce each one of them because we only have half an hour, so we're going to go directly into the conversation. It's a very important topic. One of the main differences between this panel and the previous one, I must tell you, I ended up the previous panel very scared. This is a panel of hope. So you will see that's one difference. The other difference is that we have no Italians in the speakers here. So that is a noticeable difference, but it's a very important topic. We're going to talk about collaboration and collaboration around the ecosystem of cloud and cloud computing. And if you listen to the conversations during the day today, everyone in every panel was saying we cannot do this alone, we need to be working with others. This is the job that different sectors need to coalesce around. And the question is, if the message is so easy, why we are not doing enough of that? And the answer is, I think, that sometimes the technical solutions, although maybe very challenging and difficult, seem to be easier than what we call the adaptive solutions. Those solutions that have to do with change management, changing behaviors, having the capacity for interinstitutional coordination within the government, both in terms of across sectors, but also levels of governments, but also the coordination between the government, the private sector, and the citizens themselves. Has to do with, as we said before, management of the change, cultural differences even within some societies, and the capacity to coordinate. So let me go directly to the panelists, and I will ask first Lina a question. Lina comes from a very high position in the Lebanese government, where she's been working for a couple of decades at least, and you've seen a lot going on there. So let me ask you, Lina, to deliver secure, scalable, and innovative cloud services, how can we define the cloud ecosystem? Everyone talks about the ecosystem. And additionally, what emerging trends in the cloud ecosystem do you foresee will require new types of partnerships in the future? So in other words, what is the ecosystem and what will be different tomorrow?
So first of all, I'm very happy and honored to be here in Dubai, our second home. And with this esteemed participants, I would like to highlight something very important. For sure, at the end, everything is said. But yesterday, it was a very important workshop that we talk about the trends and now the ecosystem. Ecosystem is around 7 to 8 major axes. I mean technology, there's management service provider, there's industry, there are academies, there's government, and there's a lot, and management service providers, and the community. I would like to highlight something, please, everywhere. For sure, civil society is very important, and the community, but it is time that we have specialized civil society and to filter, to have, because the things are very complicated. You talk about hope, yes, but I'm going to talk about challenges. With the edges, with the trends, I have another layer in the matrix of ecosystem. I have another layer of AI, quantum, sustainability with green and so on, and many other things. So if we want to talk about collaboration, so everybody has a role different than the other. The synchronization between development is also very difficult. And so if you want to make a correspondence, the influence of quantum development, AI, and so on, I would like to highlight something. AI is very attractive for all age group. So if we consider people on age group, and everybody is attractive in a way which leads to addiction. I want to be a little bit philosophical, because technically, so addiction means mental illness sometimes. So we have to take care of this ecosystem to avoid mental illness in its operation. So that's why the hygiene, again, is something that we have to take care. And in collaboration, you mentioned something very important. Collaboration is general. In some type of services and partnership, you might have coalition, you might have some alliances, and you might have collaboration. And let's say coalition, it might be on a specific service, and that we can test and we can build trust, because everybody is talking about trust. So I think the modelization, if I'm talking it about mathematician, we need to address. I am with you for sure with hope, but hope without awareness, even when you take startups, if they fail in supporting any service, you are killing, let's say, the development, the anxiety, you are increasing anxiety. So the ecosystem, we need, and also it's very, it is good, it is good to use others' experience. It is good to share in terms of, we have to make an assessment in our ecosystem check where we have, let's say, weakness and strength in the ecosystem, and to know exactly where we need the help. And something, you know, even whether it is inside the government or outside. Now, to associate, you have in this ecosystem, you have to associate multiple type of skills, multiple type of expertise, and don't ever forget that the physical realm is not dissociated from the spiritual, I mean, of the functioning and the operation of the system.
So many dimensions: physical, ethical, mental, and it's
hygiene.
Hygiene. It sounds to me like you work for a number of years in the health sector in Lebanon, right?
Yes, for sure. But
we can listen to that.
But
yes.
let me tell you something. It is really similar. I mean, because we are talking about artificial intelligence, it is not artificial and it is not intelligence, yes? So we are talking about things, a body who is working. And it was not the one who used cyber hygiene, for example, yes? It is cloud hygiene also is very important. And we have to take into consideration all these things. When you make the inventory, the risk, and how to mitigate them, and how to go directly and use other experience and know-how, it will help you a lot in order to move forward. And especially,
thank you. Moving to Kevin. You come from a country that is internationally recognized as an example of, I would say, success, Singapore. And you know, success it is said, success has many fathers or parents, and failure is orphan, right? So the question here is, if you put together a coalition, as Lina was saying, you know, it can be a coalition, a partnership, you work across sectors, everybody wants to be part of the success. But when things don't go that well, how do we impose or practice mutual accountability across members of that partnership, across sectors?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for the compliment about Singapore government. So while we are successful or appear successful, we still have a lot of problems to solve, especially in the area of collaboration. And I think sometimes we talk a lot about the goodness of collaboration, right? How we should be more open and sharing and things like that. But I think it's also important to have a proper system in place, right? We need to have kind of accountability put to people so that we know where each of them can achieve in certain areas. Because if there's no accountability, then we kind of have a situation where we expect things to happen, but things do not happen. And sometimes you can be lured into this false sense of security, especially if you have success in that area, because you have thought that this is easy and this is straightforward. So this accountability structure is important, right? And you can have various ways of talking about this accountability, right? You can have RACI, which is the responsibility, accountability, and consulting and inform, right? And there's also the decision making to decide how decisions are being made. And I think one of the things that we do, right, actually has part of this collaboration mindset and thinking, right, is that as we make all this decision, it's very important for us to document down why we made the decision. What was the advantages or the pros of making the decisions, and what are the cons and disadvantages of making the decision, right? And maybe a few years down the road, right, when we reflect on the problem and the things that has already happened, it's important for us to reflect if the assumption that was present in the beginning still holds true, right? Because a lot of it actually doesn't hold true anymore. I think a lot of it, especially with some of these changes, be it AI, cloud computing, we have seen a lot of challenges, especially when it comes to change management, is that there's always this thought process where you try to talk to an agency or you try to talk to people to convince them of the change. They'll say that we used to do it this particular way before. But actually, if you start thinking about it and asking them why, they do not know exactly why, right? So it's very important that we set up this kind of thought process and write them down, right, literally into documentation to say that this was why we make this decision. In fact, technically within our team, right, we do have this notion, for those who are more technically savvy, right, there's this notion of an architecture decision record. Actually goes down to talk about why certain architectures are designed in certain ways and why certain things will drive the decision that was made before.
So I think this is a kind of structure that has to be think about it. Even though we talk about collaboration, we need to be very clear about accountability. We need to have ways to track decisions that was being made. And I think I want to come to a very important point, right? So all this has to be in place, but the most important part, of course, is to figure out the objective and outcome we want to achieve in this first place. Because no use being very friendly to one another and talking to one another, either within a community that's within the country or across countries, but when the outcomes and objectives are not clear enough, then we end up in different directions. And this, even all the goodness, right, without the success, we will not be able to bring about the benefits we want out of this collaboration in the first place.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And moving now to Cedric. Cedric or Cedric?
Cedric.
Cedric. So Cedric, you work for Alibaba, and just for the audience to understand, it says Meta. It's not Meta from Zuckerberg. This is Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, right?
Exactly.
Because for some of us, we were confused. Is Alibaba or is it Meta? But it's Alibaba.
I'll take both.
You take both, okay. With one salary.
One salary.
One salary. So in your job, you know, you come from a highly technological, successful company based on innovation, and we are discussing now the collaboration between companies like yours and public sector agencies. The culture is very different. When you work for the private sector, you need to maximize profits, so you need to take risks, and that is part of the business. When you work for the public sector, you need to minimize risks, not maximize profits. And when you are an elected official or you work for an elected official, you are in charge of the resources, the funds of the citizens. So every time you make a mistake working for a government, you are losing the public's money. When you make a mistake in your company, you lose the money of your shareholders with the hope that you're going to recover that money many times. People in the public sector don't have that luxury. So my question to you is, when establishing these partnerships between highly innovative companies like Alibaba with many times highly conservative cultures like the ones that we have in the public sector, how do you make this work?
All right, so first of all, thank you for the amazing question. And just to clarify, also, we don't have that luxury. So the shareholders actually will follow us. So basically, when it comes to working with the government, we work in a very specific way where we try to maximize basically the profits of the government, where we try basically to work on specific solutions that cater for the requests of the government. So when it comes to localized solutions, when it comes to basically driving solutions that are for the public service, for the SMEs, for the startups, and so on. From a different perspective, we work a lot on the training part of it. I'm sorry, I'm hearing echo. I don't know if this is... Okay. So we work on the training part of it as well. So when it comes to the training part, we collaborate with academies, we collaborate with universities, and so on to train basically the people and to train the government employees as well to be able to maximize and optimize on Alibaba Cloud. So this is also from that perspective. From a different perspective, we work on building a robust infrastructure for the government itself, so that the government can be basically ensure the latency, ensure the resilience of the infrastructure, plus be able to work into the more advanced workloads, which is the AI, machine learning, big data, IoT, and so on. So in that perspective, we also work on basically having a mutual goal set up with the governments, which is not a very short-term actually goal. We look at the short-term and the long-term goals with the government to see where the direction is going to be heading and how we can collaborate together to be able to deliver on that promise. Plus, as well, from other perspectives, we have something related to government and regulatory. So this is where, as well, we focus a lot because at the end of the day, each and every country has its own compliance and regulatory basically certifications, and this is what we try to drive. At the end of the day, as Alibaba, we have more than 80 across the globe, specifically in the Middle East. We have basically with the UAE government, with the Saudi government, and so on. In Africa as well, we are driving it. So in that perspective, this is how we're driving it. Thank you.
No, thank you for the honest answer. And Kyungdu, the question is that, of course, trust and transparency is part of this conversation, is crucial when it comes to, establishing partnerships around the cloud. So how is that South Korea ensures data privacy and transparency in its cloud-based initiatives, and what are the steps that are being taken to avoid potential conflict of interest or corruption in this type of contracts?
Thanks for the question. I think I can this question very well because I made the public sector cloud policy in South Korea. Our government is implementing the following three policies to ensure data privacy and transparency in cloud environment. The first policy is the information system security level. Our information systems are divided into 6 levels based on the importance of the data stored and processed. The second policy is the cloud certification called TSAP, Cloud Service Assurance Program. The government guarantees the security of cloud services. The third policy is the digital service model. Through this public-only store, organizations in need can select verified cloud services and enter into contract. So the digital service model has the effect okay, next. Okay. Ensure the data security. Okay, next. The data, the more than 200 Korean companies are registered in the digital service model and forming the public sector cloud ecosystem. We are also creating and distributing standard contract and service level agreement to help avoid dispute between public organizations and private businesses by establishing fair and standardized contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a few seconds left, literally, so what I will do is coming back from there this way, okay, with very specific questions, so we will need very specific answers. So Cedric, the question is easy. The answer, I don't know. But if you had the power to solve the main challenge that you deal with in this type of collaboration with government, what will be that challenge today? What is the main challenge you have that you would like us to solve, magically?
Speed, bureaucracy.
Bureaucracy?
Yeah.
In terms of, I became very popular. It's the first time in the whole day that people clap in the middle of a panel. You too, Cedric. Okay. So solving bureaucracy, red tape. Okay, thank you. Kevin, in the model that you described in Singapore, what is the role for citizens?
I think the role for citizen is to stay aware of what's happening and be able to understand and be able to share with the community to help the community, right? And we certainly have community that are a little bit more disadvantaged, so they may not be so exposed. And I think it's important to reach out to them and make them understand. And so I think this is not just the role of the government, it's the role of the community itself. And I think one area of the community that also needs to be well taken care of is the elderly, right? Because the elderly are sometimes not so exposed to some of this modern technology, and to them the cloud is, look up the sky, right? Go and look at the cloud. And I think it's important for us to educate them and to distill it to very simple form. And it's not only just the job of the government, I think it's the job of the community. Yeah.
Very good. And finally, a very specific question. Let's see if you can share with us. You've been working as at the highest level, possible technical level in Lebanon. How do you convince politicians, decision makers, to take on these difficult reforms?
By isolating them.
You became more popular than Cedric.
Yeah, let me tell you how. Because I'm managing a national committee of 25 stakeholders, okay? So when you define technically with high, let's say, features and required skills, and you come with something which you make them champion without understanding. So I'm not talking this applicable everywhere. I'm talking in some difficult country like Lebanon, that we have 25 confession, we have 25 legal framework for marriage, for example. So in this complex situation, you make a diagnosis of the situation, you raise your hand with the danger, with the challenges, and you give the solution. As soon as you give the solution and you tell them that you will not harm the decision, but you will give, let's say, a solution which make them, I will give you just a quick example. For example, in the National Cybersecurity Agency, the law, inside the law we put the skills required for the leaders. Otherwise, you will have problems. And everybody was okay. You go to parliamentary hearing, you have to come with complete, convincing elements and to cover everything. So you don't have the luxury to miss any subject.
Well, thank you very much for your honesty. This remains between the two of us only, okay? But Lina was telling us how politics is being made, right? And all of you need to deal with these situations because change is about the redistribution of power. And if you want to implement these type of reforms, you know, you need to face redistribution of power. Now, for this to happen, you need the necessary skills. So the skills for collaboration, for coalition building, is what we heard from state bureaucrats, but these are the skills that civil society also needs. These are the skills that the private sector needs to have. These are the skills that politicians need to have. So what we did, just from my side at the World Bank, is to create a program on coalitions for reform with a very basic foundation on collaborative leadership. Because none of us grew up learning how to collaborate. It's something that you do when you can define a problem, right? So thank you very much, everyone. They are doing all sorts of signs from there. We need to conclude the...
May I add something quickly?
May she add something? Yes.
We need their power and decision. That's why we have to give them security also in the solution that we propose.
Security to the political...
Yes, yes,
okay.
for sure. Because nobody is unhappy to have success. So this is a challenge.
We see the light that you are doing there, so we are trying to conclude the panel. We are aware of the timing, so don't worry. We are landing it now. So, thank you, thank you. We are aware. Thank you. Anything else? Good? Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So yes, it's been a long day, but an exciting day. There's a lot of things going on, but we are at the end of our session today. So before closing off, just to finalize the day, of course, I would like to, with the coming to the end, and to call on stage the World Bank Group Chair and the World Bank Group Director to give a closing remarks, and Vice Chair as well.
Okay, so great to be here again. So I'm not the World Bank chair right now. In any case, as you all know, dear friends, so the journey that we took to reach here was based on a lot of collaboration, a lot of partnering, and also, as we always underline, our capacity to convene stakeholders. And it was through this kind of multi-stakeholder thinking that we have within our GovTech Global Partnership that we were able to benefit from the experience of so many countries that are around there. Let me also underline that it was in this spirit that we launched the cloud computing working group that brings together all these different stakeholders, and actually the main responsibles also for this working group are here next to me. So we have Singapore as co-chair, we have the government of Dubai, UAE, as co-chair also. They were able to put all this together and to materialize it here on this forum. So from our end, let me, of course, thank all the members of the working group for being able to come here. Let me thank our co-chair from Singapore that since the beginning was also in all the discussions and pushing, making sure for this to happen. And of course, last but not least, probably the biggest responsible, let me thank Singapore, Dr. Bushra, for several months pushing for this, believing, so thinking about each one of the details that we had, making sure that we were able to be here. Just two things. I think after 2 long days, one big news is we have a lot of work to do, and that's in the spirit of the working group. Probably the best news is the journey is becoming more and more exciting. So at least from our end, we're counting with our chairs, with the different countries, with the different stakeholders to be with us on this journey. So thank you very much.
So I don't want to take much of your time. I know it's the end of the event, but I want to also insist on what Joao said. It's the beginning of our journey as a cloud computing working group. So those 2 days will set the roadmap on the future things that we are going to work for in order to make the cloud computing adoption, the cloud computing security, and all elements related to the cloud more easier, more feasible, and to set the roadmap not only for UAE, but to set them up for international countries. For our delegates who joined from all around the world, thank you so much for being here. For the co-chair, for the World Bank Group, thank you so much for the support. For our sponsors, partners, and everyone who attended today, I would like to say thank you so much for being here with us.
Yeah. So hello everyone again. So I'll be quick as well. So I think these 2 days has personally for me been a lot of learning, and it was very nice to hear everyone talking about a lot of common concerns, a lot of common issues, and it was very good discussions, and I learned a lot as well. I think personally for me and Dr. Bushra and Joao, of course, we've been running the World Bank Cloud Computing Working Group for about 2.5 years, and it's great that I finally see some of you guys in person. I can finally connect the name to the face, and that's personally very, very enjoyable and very grateful for it. So again, today's conference would not have been possible with enablement from Joao from the World Bank Group, and last but certainly not least, Dr. Bushra here has done this event in world record time, I think. Please give her another hand of applause. Thank you.
It's actually the whole team efforts of our team in Dubai Electronic Security Center. Thank you everyone, and our organizers as well. Thank you everyone from desk who contributed to make this happen. It's not my effort, it's the team efforts in desk who made this successful. Thank you so much.
Now, of course, I would like to call on stage His Excellency Amr Sharif, CEO of Cybersecurity Systems and Services Department of DESK, to join the rest of the members of the award-winning ceremony. Now, during this final stage, we'll be giving out awards, and we will be giving them out to the World Bank Group delegate countries and countries representatives. So starting with Brazil. Country representative from Brazil. Somebody's coming? Don't worry. And now next to the stage, we have Aswani. Next to the stage, Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic. Yes. And now I would like to introduce to the stage Eswatini. Eswatini. And now I would like to introduce the delegates from India. And now I would like to introduce our delegate from Italy. And next, I would like to invite Japan. And next, I would like to invite on stage Jordan. And next, I would like to invite Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And next, I would like to invite on stage Republic of Korea. And next on stage, I would like to invite Lebanon. Next on stage, I would like to represent Singapore. Next, I would like to invite Tunisia. Next, I would like to invite the United Kingdom. Next, I would like to invite Uruguay. And now I would like to give a warm thanks to our partners, the World Bank Group. And now I would like to thank, of course, our platinum sponsors and welcome to the stage, Morrow. And now also I would like to thank our gold sponsor and welcome to the stage the ICD, International Corporate of Dubai. ICD. And now I would also like to welcome on stage that the speakers that we had today to also to receive a prize. Our speakers from today.
All speakers.
All speakers. Everybody who was on stage earlier on.
hashtag JJCF 2025.
Thank you so much, everybody. If you can all please exit to the right of the stage to receive your prizes. Please to the right of the stage. To the right of the stage. I would like to thank everybody today, everybody who attended. It's been a great day. There was a lot of things that we discussed. And of course, it's been wonderful. And keeping in mind